Hello, amazing peeps. I am just waiting for Jinxy to show up, so you guys, we're just chilling until then. How is everyone? I'm gonna turn this Hello, hello. One second. We are just waiting. Hi, Sally Face. Hey, Round, how are you? Hey, Savvy. Oops. Hey, Ucker, how are you? How are you, everyone? Jinxy, whenever you're ready, you can just request in. There we go. Am I back from loading? It could be because I'm on my computer trying to record just in case TikTok doesn't support, TikTok has weird sometimes. And then I'm also using the internet to do this. Hey, Corey. Hey, Megan. Hello, everyone. So for those of you guys who are here that don't know yet, we did drop another witness statement yesterday of pork chops. It is in the new legal documents. Go check that out. That is in my bio link. Let me grab Jinxy real fast. That is in my bio link, and then it's the first link. Read all that. It starts at page 28. If you haven't already, please donate to the legal fund. And then welcome, Jinxy. Hey.
There's no weird echoing or anything, is there?
I don't hear echoing. Do you guys hear echoing?
Because I can grab my AirPods. It's no big deal.
Zupa Toscana.
It's the best soup at Olive Garden. That's the correct answer.
It is the correct answer. Okay, it seems like we're not echoing.
Cool beans. Because my headphones are in my room.
I never wear my headset when I'm on my live, but that's a really good idea.
I usually do only because I'm always afraid that there's going to be some weird feedback or interference, but if there's not, I'll take that.
All right. If it gets annoying with the feedback, guys, if it gets louder or whatever, let us know. But if not, we can definitely start. I don't know if anyone saw Jinxy on Aunt Karen, but Jinxy is one of the most recent people to leave Paradise's One Inner Circle. For those who are not aware, Pearadise One is run by Stefan. It's his personal account, his personal home, his personal Discord. So it's really important to realize that it's just really one man that runs everything. But Jinxy, I mean, whatever you want to start, if you want to start off from the beginning, whatever you want to say, the platform's yours.
God, I don't even know where to start. Jesus. So, no, go for it.
Oh, I was just going to say the only thing I would like to throw out there is it's really interesting because Jinxy and I were talking about this earlier. I just want to throw this out there. Jinxy and I were on complete opposite sides when this started. I actually had Jinxy blocked. And for those of you know, I did, yeah. For those who know, only block the hardcore trolls, little trolls, the pro Stefan people. So that's how hard Jinxy went for Stefan at the very beginning of this fight. I don't think I unfriended you until someone said that you posted a video or something, and then I was like, well, I gotta go see what that video is. So
yeah.
I think there's just important to know because let me just say, anyone who's ever been against us, you always have a place back. We don't hold grudges against any of the women in this fight because we understand.
I remember at some point I was in one of your lives, and I don't know if it was you or somebody like on this side of things was like, you know, when you leave the friend group, we'll always have a place for you. And I was like, bitch, I don't need that. I'm never leaving, and here I am.
It's true. And you guys, I'll even say, I messaged Jinxy first, I think. And I said, I know you hated me, or I know that I'm obnoxious, and like I think I'm obnoxious. So like, I'm really sorry. Just know, like, we really, really, I know as much as Stefan wants to make it think that it's us against the community, it's not. Really not. It's us against one man who is hurting a community we love.
Yeah, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's not the people around him, it's him. Granted, there's going to be good and bad people in every situation where you have a group of people together regardless of the situation. And I definitely do think that there are some people that he has kept around him that are just as bad. Sorry, my wax warmer went off. It scared the shit out of me. There are people he keeps around him that are just as bad as he is, if not worse. But there are definitely plenty of people within that group that are wonderful, amazing people. And I'm terribly, terribly sorry that it had to come down to this because, you know, they're still in the thick of it and they're still on that side. But, you know, if things were different, I would not mind remaining friends with those people.
Right. And I know Savvy had said the exact same thing. Savvy had literally said, if even that night that the videos had dropped, if he had come out and instantly took accountability and apologized, Savvy said that she would instantly have forgiven him and probably would have gone back to being his friend.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's just really important to realize how deep this man gets into what I would deem manipulation and grooming of the people around him to bring them into the inner circle, and then how that inner circle, in my opinion, from what I hear from other people, is then even like a tightened control, because now you come for like a team of his to protect him.
He definitely plays the victim very well, and just for legal purposes, in my opinion, because I don't want to fucking be added to this lawsuit bullshit. In my opinion, he plays the victim very well, and in my opinion, he does a very good job of getting those who he keeps close on his side. And he does a very good job of saying things in a certain way so that, for example, when the essay allegations all came out, he would constantly tell myself and others around him, oh, well, you've been essayed, so you have the opportunity and you have the right to tell other people that their experiences are not valid, and that's not how that fucking works. That's something he said to me multiple fucking times. And I am so disgusted that I ever fell into that rhetoric.
And it's really tough. It's really tough for being someone who's on the outside of this. And I know we talked about this a little bit too. Like, it's very clear to know when they are a Stefan troll because they use the same word verbatim. Yeah, the kitty cat. He's like my favorite animal. He's like, I'm here for you.
I had to kick one of my cats off my chair, and he screamed at me because he loves this chair so much, but it's my work chair, so I kind of like.
Yeah, I feel that. And yeah, Savvy made a good point that Cass did the same thing.
Constantly, every time you guys would put out a video about the essay stuff, whether it be you guys venting about it or like I don't want to say making jokes about it because I don't think that's what you guys were doing now that I look at it, but just any videos that included your experience, he would go say, oh, they're making a joke about it. That's disgusting. You shouldn't joke about essay. And then Cass would jump on that and say, yeah, it's incredibly triggering the way that they're handling it. Real essay victims don't behave like that, but that's not the fucking case. Because for me personally, at 16, I was assaulted. And I was not okay for a very long time. And it wasn't until I turned, I think like 21 or 22, I started making fucking jokes about it because that's how I cope with trauma. That's a trauma response right there. You can't tell someone that their trauma response is invalid. That's not how that works.
Hell, I'll tell you guys my story. When I was the N word by my boyfriend and his friend, I went to therapy the same day. And it wasn't even therapy, it was like a group session with adults. And in this child group, right, you're supposed to say one good thing and one bad thing that happened to you that day. I never went in there thinking I was going to say this, but without blinking, without any emotion, I was like, great day, I passed a test. Bad thing, I was N word. And everyone just looked at me like, what?
I'm
Because
so
it was
sorry
such
that I feel that.
nonchalantly. It was just like, here's a matter of fact. Hey, I
Everybody
stubbed my.
processes things differently. It's like there was some Instagram live that he was part of with a couple other people, and the subject of Porky came up. And people in the comments were continually asking, well, if she was uncomfortable, why the fuck did she stay there for 8 weeks? That's an anxiety response. It's fight, flight, flee, or what's freeze. She froze. That is a completely valid response. Not to mention, she was put in a very, very tough spot.
It is. I think that's what a lot of people experience when they get there, right? Because I don't think people realize it's not like people are like signing up to go to an Airbnb, right? This is a man who spends weeks, months messaging you, building up this relationship, this friendship, flies you out if you live in a different state, invites you in for any reason, and creates almost like you're the center of his world as long as you're giving him what he wants. And the minute you take that away, you're just abandoned. So if you really feel like you trust this person and you're coming here to be for a friend and you're faced with this, that's shocking. There's so
See, I had
many
a completely different, like, my experience, like, getting into things was completely different. I never met him before. I didn't even realize they were in Vegas. I didn't know that the Discord even existed until after I'd been to the house. I saw one of their lives. I think it was their 420 party. And I was like, this is a rad time. I wish I didn't have to work tomorrow. Otherwise, I would show up. And then the next day, they had another party. And I was like, I was watching the live, doing my thing. And somebody mentioned that they needed ice. And I was like, this is my chance. I can go. I'm local. I'll bring you ice. And I brought ice. And that's everything happened so fucking quick. And it was that day, it was I was part of it and I was into it. And then the next day I went back over and it was like constant for a solid month that I was just over there every day.
and it's so frustrating. I think like people always want to know like why we won't stop, right? Like one of the things Stefan says is I make video after video after video.
Yeah.
And I feel like one of the reasons why I personally don't stop, and I think Savvy doesn't stop, and I know Pork Chop doesn't stop, is because we know how many women just get cycled out and then you just never see them again. Like, there are so many women that we can't say for sure if something happened to them, but we also can't say for sure nothing did happen to them because we never see them again. They leave the Discord.
I wish I had listened to people because Porky warned me, Monica warned me. There was another girl that I'm not going to name who warned me, who somewhat recently, I ended up getting her number and she told me that the first time she was there was one of the first times I was there. And she was sitting down with Monica and they were having a conversation and she expressed concern about Stefan and his behaviors to Monica. And Monica was like, oh, don't worry, you're not his type. And then I walked in and Monica goes, oh no, that's his type. I was like, oh, okay. Good to know the background of that.
Right. Hey, Sincere, how are you? And guys, thank you so much for all the stickers. We greatly appreciate them. Jinxy, why don't you tell us a little bit about, I know, oh, one of the things, Aunt Karen, when we were in Aunt Karen's, we were talking about the TV show, and I know you didn't get to have, like, a little say on that. So do you want to, like, kind of tell a little bit background of that? Because you were supposed to be one of the girls on that secret show that I kind of, apparently, in Stefan's opinion, messed up.
Yeah, you had nothing to do with it, just so we're clear. He might have wanted to blame that on you, but you had absolutely nothing to do with it. As much as I want to name the person that fucked everything up, I'm not going to because I don't want to do that too. Right. I'd love to, but I'm not going to. Just be responsible for once. So the TV show was initially brought up, at least to me, as the pitch was Stefan being polyamorous. And because he is a skinny white guy, it would be good TV to watch and try to date a bunch of fat dudes. And that is what one of the producers said to me when we had the interview. And I was like, that's fucking weird, but you know what? I'm not going to say anything, because if this happens, it happens. I don't believe it will, but whatever. I'm here now. The girl who knew the producers had brought this idea up to him and was like, I know these people, we can be on TV, it'll be great. So he agreed, because that's whatever. I then I think it was like the third or fourth time I had ever been to the house. I was approached by this girl, and she was like, we love your personality, we think you'd be a great fit. Do you want to be on this TV show project, because you're local and it'd be easier for you to be here? And I was like, fuck yeah, that sounds great. That sounds like a rad time. I then signed what he called a commitment contract. I read over this whole thing. There were so many loopholes that could have been done. It really had no legal weight. So I was like, fuck it, I might as well just sign this. There's really nothing he can do to hold this against me. I think the worst of it would have been if the TV show happened, and that was a huge if. I had to be part of it in some way, shape, or form. And that was the only real weight it hold. There was nothing from any networks, nothing official, nothing formal. It was just that. And that was something that Stefan and this girl had written up. So it wasn't anything important, really. Over the course of time, I had kept going over there, and this girl, I don't know what the fuck her problem was with Porky, but she and Porky had some issues, and this girl just didn't like Porky. I don't know what happened. I didn't want to get involved. That sounded like a whole lot of not my problem. I was just trying to stay out of it as much as possible. And at some point, this girl and Porky just started fucking going at each other. And Stefan at some point said, you know what? We're going to have a fucking roundtable meeting. It's really important for all of us to sit down together and for Porky and this girl to dish out their issues, because we're never going to get past it if we don't talk about this. And he and Cass and this girl and Porky were there, and they had asked me to be there. And I was like, why? Like, are you sure? I don't have anything to do with this. And Stefan straight up was like, well, you're going to be on the show, so I think it's important for you to be there so that you can experience this, because you're still part of the group. And I was like, sure, but like, I have nothing to say. So this girl and Porky started going at it. Porky started getting pretty badly attacked. Lots of really mean things were said between girl and Porky. And then Porky left. She left the room, and she had to remove herself. Yes, I'm sorry. She did bully you, because there's so much more to it, Porky. And when I tell you, you were right, you were right. You were right. Anyway, lots of things were said. Porky ended up having to leave the room because things got so emotionally rough. And this girl started crying, playing victim, saying like she called me the R word. She said I was a pathological liar. All this just exhausting shit. And things moved on. And then the next like major event, show related, that happened was that Porky left. Porky left town, and this girl, because she didn't like Porky, came up to the rest of us and said, I want Porky off the show. And I told the producers that. So I'm going to fake a text message from the producers and send it to Porky that says something to the tune of, hey, it's the producers, we don't need you anymore, good luck, bye. Good luck with your life. And that was it.
And it's crazy to me because I want people to remember this. When Porkchop made her first crying video, Stefan specifically went on his live and stated she was kicked off the show because she was a drunk, that she was partying too much, and that the producers didn't like that. I want it to be very clear how easily it is for this man to take something and twist it into a lie, to degrade, belittle, and attack any woman who dares to speak out. If you were in Aunt Karen's live,
this was even before Porky spoke out. Like, yeah, this was just because this one girl said she didn't like her.
Yeah, and like even Jinxy, you were getting mad hate in Aunt Karen's live because this was kind of the first time that you were coming out publicly, like on a big
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't see any of it. I straight up was not paying attention to I like had a post-it note over my phone. I was like, I don't even want to see it because I know.
Yeah, and it was the exact same stuff. Oh, you're just upset you didn't get, and it's just like, how many women have to be bitter rejects before you realize the real bitter reject is the man no one wants? Like,
it's not rocket science, man. Listen, I work a 9 to 5 and I can figure that shit out. All right. Like, I homeschooled for high school. I can figure that shit out. Come on. It's really not that hard. God, just what a shit show, dude. So fucking sad. So Porky ended up leaving, and the show stuff continued, and updates started becoming few and further between. And then my gut started going off, because it was like, oh, TLC, HBO, and Lifetime want us. Never mind, no, they don't. Never mind, yes, they do. Never mind, it's 3 completely separate networks. We started filming a bunch of content together, like going to the store and making stupid videos. It ended up just being me and this girl and Stefan, and there was at some point, it sounds so fucking stupid now, but we set up this slumber party idea where it was this girl, Cass, Stefan, and myself, and all 4 of us girls dressed up in lingerie, and then him in just his regular street clothes, and we played a fake game of spin the bottle on his bedroom floor.
Oh, wait, you're muted. Oh, there you go. You come back. You were muted on your last sentence.
Oh, he filmed it all so that he could send it to producers and they would put it on the demo reel that they were sending to networks.
I mean, like,
what the fuck?
I feel like, you know, in TV, there's always B-roll, right? There's always going to be, like, kind of fake moments for B-roll. But if you're creating this environment that all these women want to date you, why do you have to fake events like that? Especially when you sell your whole Discord and TikTok as this party group friendly place. Like, that would have been a prime time to actually, I don't know, like, it just feels weird.
None of the content that we filmed was ever genuine. None of the content that we filmed was ever genuine, and it was all incredibly forced, with the exception of car karaoke, where they wanted me to sing something in their car because that's my thing. That's what I do. Not gonna name names. I cannot confirm nor deny that.
And that's fine. We respect that boundary, of course. Yeah. What do you think was what were your start to like see warning signs that started to make you kind of maybe take a step back to, I would say maybe shake you a little bit in that like environment to make you kind of step back?
You know what, give me like 2 minutes to go grab my, you know what, no, you guys are coming with me, fuck it. I need my headphones. I think it's that I'm lagging a lot right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, small adventure. This is fine. Everything's fine. The world is on fire, but it's fine.
Yeah, to answer your question, Round, I'm not sure what happened to her, and I don't have any information on that, so I can't speak on that either.
The public story that Amanda had put out was that she moved to Chicago and just didn't have time for it anymore.
There you go.
Yeah, her public story was that she moved to Chicago.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ardeka. We love you too.
Good Lord. Okay. I think we're good. Yes. Good Lord. What was the question?
Oh, what would you say were kind of the first situations that started to shake you a little bit to where you were starting to step back from the group to where you can maybe see the red signs?
It was a combination of a few things. It was seeing the screenshot of him saying that he would wish SA on people, because it doesn't matter what your issue with someone is, you don't say that. It was that, and then just realizing how shitty of a friend he is. I know I said it in Aunt Karen's live. I was hit by a truck in July and my car was totaled. And I went into a really bad depression. My cat was sick. I had been hit by a truck on the way home from taking him to the vet, where he ended up having to stay for a few days. And I was incredibly concerned because I thought he might die. Like, he was really sick. And one person reached out to me. One person, and it was not Stefan. And anytime I would show up in a live, the only question I would be asked is, when are you coming back over? And I just, like, what? You know what happened. This one person that reached out to you has communicated that with you. Because I know that you've been asking her, how's Ivy? What happened to Ivy? It takes the same fucking amount of time for you to reach out directly to me and ask me that, so that I know you care, as it does for you to ask this person. But if you can't do that, that speaks volumes. That speaks volumes about your character. And that's when I started to, like, really emotionally distance myself. And that was before Bash. And then going to Bash. Going and seeing his behavior at Bash and how focused he was on nothing but sex. And I was like, that's pretty fucking gross. I'm good. I'm good.
I think,
and that's, no, go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk on that Bash thing real fast. I love that he keeps saying that, like, he doesn't know me from Bash. And here's the thing, I don't know him from Bash, but everyone keeps telling me we must have run into each other at some point, because I used to go to Bashes all the time. And I would never sell the Bash as a community like he sells it here on TikTok and in that Discord. And it always concerns me why he pushes that Bash so hard to bring women into it, knowing his behavior at these events.
Yeah.
And it's just interesting to me. It's just one of those things in my head that I'm always like, 1 and 1 ain't adding up.
It just, I think the only way I can describe his behavior at Bash is that he's, I think it was said that somebody joked that his Bash nickname is the Octopus. That is true. I can 100% see that. He tries to, like, alpha his way into situations. Like, if there is something going on in the hotel room, he has to be part of it. And it's just like, why? Why?
I mean, it's the same thing I asked about the waxing, right? Like, why did he feel so entitled to having to be in that room?
Well, because it's his house and it's his hotel. No, but that's not how that works, but okay.
Yeah. That's the other dangerous thing. For anyone who's ever considering going to one of his parties or his house or whatever, just be aware that his mentality is, if you are there, you are open to him touching you or him wanting to be in your room without your permission, because he doesn't understand that by allowing guests in, there is now, like, a shift of power. You don't get to just be like, my house, my rules, you do what I want. Especially if you're using it as an open place for a lot of people to come and go. Yeah, Stefan did try to have Monica banned from this Bash. That was really interesting. Yeah, he was messaging people trying to get her banned, and they were messaging her the comments.
Okay. I mean, that's certainly a choice. All right.
Yeah.
I think in, because that was in July, October. Nope. I don't know how months work. August. It was August. My God.
It's
Jesus
such
Christ.
a long battle. Like 6 months. This has been going on 6 freaking months.
God. Oh, hi,
I still think sometimes, like, we haven't even had a whole half a year. Like, we're still in, like, March. Because I just feel like I've been in this weird alt state for 6 months. Yeah, Monica, we can see you type.
I feel that in my soul. I think it was August that I had started to kind of step back and really vocalize that I just wasn't interested in him anymore. And I had been, like, joking but not joking, and I kept saying, like, the only reason I come to the house is for Mitzi and for this one person that I'm still friends with. My, like, best friend through the house. Because he's a cat. He has nothing to do with anything, and I love him very much. And then this one person...
Stefan's cat. You guys...
I know!
Stefan even stole the cat for views. That's, in my opinion, that's a joke. But, like, you can't prove it.
Well, I mean, so the story behind the cat is that the cat used to live in the house and was the cat of the previous owners to the house, but they abandoned him there.
I thought that the owners just moved, like, across the street, is what I heard.
That maybe owners... that's correct.
Like,
I honestly don't know. All I know is that Mitzi's always there. Like, he's always there.
I just remember when I found out Mitzi wasn't his cat, I was so shocked. I was like, I felt like I had been lied to. Like, I was just like, I know this isn't the hill to die on, but, like, you're even lying about your cat? Like...
Dude, one of the only reasons that I actually went is because on the very first live I saw Mitzi, and I was like, I'm gonna pet that fucking cat. I'm gonna love on that baby. Ugh.
Ali May said during COVID, they asked him not to let him into the house, and he ignored it. I've heard that a few times. They've also asked, the owners have asked him not to feed him certain food, or I don't know what sex Mitzi is. But that also at times he feeds him other food that might make him sick, and that's been an issue as well. Again, I don't know.
I know that he's got some kind of mental issue, this poor baby, where he doesn't, like, remember when he eats, so he'll overeat and then he'll puke. Because I accidentally did that at some point, and I feel really bad about it because I didn't know. And I free feed my cats because they both know, like, when they're full. So I just, like, filled his bowl up instead of giving him 12 pieces. And I was like, I'm really sorry. I'm not cleaning it, but I'm really sorry.
Not my house, not my cat, not my problem.
Like, I'll make sure it never happens again, but I'm not doing it.
I feel that. Do you, I forgot what I was going to ask. I completely just drew a blank.
I feel like that's the mood of the day, to be honest.
It is. You waking up in the morning and going downstairs for pizza. Is there anything... I would love to get your opinion. We haven't talked about this, but what is your opinion on the Discord as a whole? Because, like, I feel like we have a lot of girls have mixed emotions when it comes to the Discord. I would love to know your opinion on it. Do you think that, like, there are some troubled areas? Do you think it could survive maybe without Stefan if they were to get Stefan out of the community?
I mean, potentially. So I have, like, Discord server anxiety. So if I'm in too many servers, I just have to, like, quit out of all of them and then restart. So while I was in the Discord for a period of time, I wasn't super active aside from maybe, like, the first week I was in the Discord. The very first thing I noticed was all of the not safe for work channels that he has. And I was like, okay. Sure. Yeah. I mean, if that's the vibe, that's the vibe. I'm a huge, like, positive safe sex advocate. That's something that I've done and been into my whole adult life. And I was like, yeah, fuck it. We're going to post some pictures. Whatever. It's done deal. And the only issue I ever had with the Discord was that one person messaged me without asking me in the Discord first. And I was like, hey, dude, go take a look at my shit again, because you're not supposed to do that. And then it never happened again. But, well, so at some point, Stefan made a private chat for all of his inner circle people on the Discord. And I was included in that. I do not remember there being anything of substance other than him on his usual spiel of Piggy's bullying me, blah, 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 blah. But it was mostly just for, like, inner circle people. So fucking stupid. It was mostly just for inner circle people to keep up with each other and more of, like, a close-knit chat. But I really didn't even pay attention to that. So I think that the Discord definitely has potential. And I think that if it was heavily cleaned out, not just from him, but from all of the other toxic people that are within the Discord, there's definitely potential there for it to be a safe place. It's just not now.
That makes sense. And I would actually agree with that because again, from the start of this conversation, as we stated, we are not against the community at all. I joined the community. Savvy joined the community. Jinxy joined the community. We all had different reasons for joining, but it was all because we wanted friends or we wanted somewhere to fit in or belong. A lot of people go because they're in a time where they're struggling and maybe they feel alone. Hell, we just got out of COVID. Well, we're not out of COVID, but we got out of, all of the lockdowns. That was very hard on people. And you know what? I almost feel like that helped so much with his growth because there were so many people locked in who were starting to find out this whole Discord side and this kind of like virtual situation. But yeah, I agree too. Now I will say recently, from the last thing I've heard about the Discord, and you might not know this because again, you're not that active, but from what I've heard, they've lost a lot of their admin team, and it seems like Cass is now just the admin. So it's Stefan and Cass, which to me would not make me feel comfortable having everyone in power being his inner circle, because maybe Jinxy, you can talk about this, but as his inner circle, do you guys have any say what he says or does? Can you guys kind of like talk him back off the ledge of situations?
There have definitely been times where, like, I know I personally I went up to him and was like, you're being a fucking idiot. You need to not say shit like that. And he would just go off and do his own thing. Like, he's a grown-ass adult. I'm not his mom. I'm not his girlfriend. Would never want to be, but I can't tell him what to do. He's a grown-ass man. He's gonna make his own decisions. And that was also something I told him, like, I can't control you, but as your friend, I can tell you that you're being stupid. And I don't think you should do this because I don't think it would be a smart idea. And then 9 times out of 10, he would go do it anyway. As far as like the moderator team, I had heard some things about it. There was some situation that happened with Cass and I think with Savvy and with a bunch of the other moderators that were part of the team, and a bunch of people ended up leaving. I know the only real interaction I had with Savvy before any of this happened is that I bought her bash ticket, and that's how I ended up going. But that was the only real like stuff I had to do with it. So
okay, so this is something else we didn't talk about, but something that I've heard from a lot of people that you might know about. Does Stefan have a tendency to talk bad about women after he has his way with them? I think we know the answer. I think we definitely just got the answer off that.
He sure fucking does. And I hadn't realized that he did that until you pointed it out, but he sure fucking does. And I'm sure that he has had a lot of things to say about me, especially after, I think it was like in August, I was like, I'm good. I don't want your mediocre pee-pee. I'm good. I'm over it. You're a one-trick pony and I'm over it.
I have to say this real fast. When Cece made her video to clap back at me, and I can't honestly tell you what I said in that video, but for me to make a video about a man who is accused of essaying someone, and your clap back is, I'm telling you his pee-wee is good. This doesn't equate to the same thing we're discussing. Not at all. This is actually not, like, I remember when I watched that video and I was like, am I playing with children? Is this really where we're at right now? Is this man is accused of essay and you're like, I give him a thumbs up. He's CC approved. I was just very concerned.
Listen, there's a person for everybody, and you know what? Good for her. I've never had any issues with CC. I think she's a wonderful mother. I think that I think she's a bomb person. I really do. We clicked a lot in our personalities. I do not have a bad thing to say about Cece. I don't have a bad thing to say about K-Bug. But Stefan, 110%.
Now, not saying anything bad about K-Bug, because I have nothing to say bad about K-Bug.
K-Bug is wonderful. I absolutely love K-Bug, with the exception of the fact that she's defending a man that would be willing to, first of all, tell people he wished SA on them, and second of all, that he'd be willing to post someone completely nude on a fucking live platform. And that goes for everybody that still defends him. The fact that you're defending a man that is capable of doing this, not just capable, but has done this, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
No.
And for me with K-Bug, I feel like I feel so bad for her, because I feel like she's always the butt end of his jokes.
She is, and it's awful.
And I don't understand why. I have no idea why he goes so hard after her, because I've never seen her do anything like... I have my feelings about how she handled the situation when things first started, kind of like how, same thing. But, like,
give
still
me,
at the
2 seconds. Zeus, get out of the laundry room, you fucking heathen. I don't know what's in there that he likes, but there's something in there. He just wants to fucking be in that room now that he knows it exists. Sorry. Anyway.
All good. Yeah, that is just one of my concerns. It's just, I feel so bad for K-Bug, because I want her to realize she doesn't have to put up with shit like that. She deserves so much more from a friendship than some guy who's going to say that he's going to hit her in the nose or, scare her constantly. And I don't know if she likes it or not. I'm just saying, from someone who's watching it, it breaks my heart. Because I do think she deserves so much more. She deserves
I mean, I know with the scaring thing, she gets scared very easily. There was a night where we're watching horror movies, and, I kept making jokes at the horror movies, whenever the music would tense up, I'd go, ah! And, she'd get scared and then laugh about it. So I don't think that's something that really bugs her per se, but again, I'm not in her head. I couldn't tell you what really goes on.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. No ill feelings towards Kay other than the fact that she supports Stefan.
Yeah. Do you feel like if someone was to try and talk to Steph, like, do you feel like you have to support him in this fight? Like, if you are in his inner circle, if you're part of your Discord, is there almost a pressure from him or his supporters? It's like a follow or be kicked out situation?
I mean, I definitely feel like there's like an unwritten rule about it. Like, nobody really talks about it, but there's this feeling and this sense about the situation that, well, you're in his house, you're in his Discord. Of course you have to support him because this is his thing. He owns everything. So if he's going to allow you to be here, of course that support is silently expected, but it's never anything that's outwardly stated. And I know for me personally, when all of the SA stuff started coming out, I got incredibly triggered by it because this is the first time I've ever really dealt with that since I was 16. And I straight up told him, do not involve me. Do not say my name. Do not bring me into this. The moment you do, I am out. And he never did.
And I'm glad he didn't. Because at least that's a boundary he respected. So kudos to him for that. We'll definitely give kudos when it's deserved.
1 out of 100, sure.
Yeah. It's not a passing grade, but you did get 1.
Yeah, gold star for you, buddy. Now let's work on the rest.
Yeah. I don't know if there's really anything else. Is there anything that we haven't covered that you would want to talk about or that you want to bring attention to?
I mean, yes, but also it's not something I can back up by any claims. I don't have videos of it. I don't have text proof of it. It was never something that I talked about with anybody, including him. And if it ends up being something he comes after me for, I have no way of defending myself about it. So.
Well, I will tell you this. I can't guarantee he won't come after you, because as anyone who is in this live knows, he will go after anyone for any reason if he deems it plausible for him. However, I will say that you are in a safe space, and I know that these people will support you and have your back. And if you use words like "in my opinion" or "my personal experience," those
legally,
are words
you can't do shit, because this was all in my opinion. It's all in my
right.
personal experience. These are all my sides of it. It's just my opinion.
Yeah. But whatever you decide, we're not here to pressure. We're not here, whatever. Just, I wanted to give you the platform. And honestly, I'm very appreciative that for someone who, you know, we did start on a wrong foot, that you'd be willing to work with me in the sense of even have this conversation, and that I feel like we've kind of built a friendship. Like, we're just like on this cusp, like, hey, you're cool, I'm cool, let's see like what's going on. But you know, even like, you could have just left that group and just disappeared, but instead you left that group and you're standing here with the other women. And that's not easy to do. That's not easy to do, especially when you were on the other side.
Honestly, my full intention when I decided to leave, I wasn't gonna say shit. I was just gonna move on with my life and pretend it never fucking happened. Until I saw what he did to Porky, I lost my fucking mind. My neighbors must hate me because I lost my fucking mind. You don't fucking do that. I don't care what your issue is with, like, I'm gonna cry. I don't care what your issue is with somebody. You don't fucking do that.
Exactly. I love pork chop, but I was doing the same thing yesterday. I was making the video. I kept crying because to me,
oh, I did too. As soon as I read through everything today, like, I started crying because I knew some of it from when she was there and we talked about it. I did not know all of it. And I know that, you know, me and Porky have had our shit. And I don't know if, you know, my existence is triggering for her. I don't know where we stand, but the fact that, like, it was that bad, are you fucking kidding me? And you don't do that to people.
I feel like there are so many women, and this isn't to say that they're like, this isn't to say that people are broken or less whatever or whatever, but I think it's important to realize that the majority of people in this world suffer from some form or struggle with mental illness. And Stefan, to create a place for bigger women who do have more of a tendency to struggle with mental health because of the society around us and the hate and the pressure and things like that. It is so mind-boggling to me and infuriating that a man would then find a woman who is sobbing, completely broken down as a person.
If that happened the night that we had the big group talk with everybody, I swear to fucking God. Because if that's when that happened, and I just, like, I can't, like, I wish I had known so that I could come in and kick his fucking ass, because I would have. Like, I wish I had known.
And I think that's the thing too, is just, there's so many people who he can sit there and he can weaponize other women's SA experiences, which is horrible. It's absolutely horrible, because this is a man who is literally taking the very few people that would understand what Pork Chop went through, what other women like Savvy and Allie went through, and I can't even imagine how many other women who haven't come forward, and trying so hard to negate their feelings and victim blame and victim shame them. And I think that is really what hurts the most. It's just the fact that these are other women and you can't even be mad at them, because again, it's one man who is literally behind them, as you said, saying
he's making it into a competition. He's really making it into a competition. Or at least that's how I feel. I have no words. I have no words. Like, granted, stress makes me puke. That's how I've always been, but I don't think I've ever thrown up in one period of time as much in my life that I have since this has all started. Just, it's so gross.
And I think that's a great way, the way you put it, is he does make it a competition. It feels like a pecking order. Here's the top baddie, and if you're not up here, then this doesn't really matter. And I told you this earlier today. I don't know how many people know this. There are 3 witness statements that he has pushed on his side that literally say, as a real SA survivor, I know what SA is, and what Piggy Stardust is doing is hurting me and hurting real SA survivors.
He asked me to do the same thing, and I straight up told him no.
And that's something, like, I had a feeling that he was asking the women to do this, that it wasn't, like, I want to make it clear, every woman who has come forward with a statement or a witness in our fight, I have not reached out to them. Like, even Jinxy can say this. When we started talking, I was very hands off because I don't want to be pushy. I don't want to pressure people. I don't want them to feel.
And that was the first time I had ever heard from you throughout this whole thing, with the exception of, I think there were maybe a handful of times where I would comment on something and then you would reply to it, but you'd never DM'd me. You'd never requested to follow me. Like, we had literally zero interaction other than those handful of times before you reached out after I had said something about leaving.
Right. Yeah, I think it was you had added me as a friend, and so then I
started following you, and then you followed me back, and you were like,
and I was like,
hey, what's up?
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's so hard because, like, I wanted to be there and let you know that there was, like, a door open, but I did not want to comment on your video because I did not want you to get more hate or more pressure.
I think at some point you did, and I responded with "Get the fuck off my page."
Did you? I didn't see it.
Yeah, that was before the Porky thing came out, and I was like, you know, I don't want anything to do with this. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to use this as my venting for the situation, and I'm going to be done. I'm just going to say my piece and leave. And you said something about, I think you did say something about, like, you know, we're always here if you need us. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. He was way too aggressive about it.
And I don't take offense to it at all. Because, like, again, this is a heated, messy, like, crazy situation. I would have never thought that we would be here today when I made my first video. I thought I would be kicked out of the community. I thought I would get hate from you and other people. Like, I didn't know you existed at the time, but, like, pro Stefan people, I knew that. But I was not expecting all of this.
Yeah.
And
I don't think anybody was, to be honest.
No, I don't even think Stefan was. I think Stefan has been able to play the line so perfectly because he works in a situation where this is not acceptable, but excusable, right? Like, in the bash, it's not like, if a lot of women feel like when they get maybe grabbed, they don't really have a say because there's other women who allow this, so they don't want to damper the party or be the wet blanket. So it becomes kind of this situation of, in the bash, you just have to join us in this acceptance. And I feel like that's what a lot of women from the bash were reaching out saying, I never would have slept with him. I never would have allowed this behavior, but I did. And it's just like, don't beat yourself up about it. We fight so hard as females. We've come such a long way to be heard, to be respected, and sadly, there's still a long battle to go.
Stefan, it's unfortunate. It is a huge mountain to climb, but you know what? We're fucking climbing.
Yeah, we are. Yes, we are. And here's the interesting thing. We call ourselves survivors of Pearadise 1. He calls himself my victim. Which to me makes me think that I just have rent free in his head.
You really do, though. Like, I'll be honest with you, you really fucking do. There got to a point after, like, the second or third week of when all of this started that he just cue the climb by Miley Cyrus. I think it was like the second or third week after all of this started that he just would not shut the fuck up about you. And you were always the topic of discussion. He was always showing us all your videos and saying, look at this bullshit, look what's going on. And, like, me and one other person got so fucking sick of it, we both looked at it and said, if you don't shut the fuck up about Piggy, I'm going to shove a sock in your mouth. Do not mention her name in our presence, because we don't want to fucking hear it. And then he'd keep fucking doing it, and that kept going on for months. Like, you really do live rent-free in his head.
And it's so crazy to me, right? It's so crazy to me, because he could have just ignored me. He has 200,000 followers. I barely make a difference. And to die on this hill of me, this is what always cracks me up when he goes, well, you didn't meet me. Who the fuck cares? The other 10 women behind me have.
Right. It's not about, oh, well, you didn't meet him, you're coming out with all these stories. You are advocating for the survivors who are either not able, don't have the traction for it, or are too scared to speak up. It's like I texted you earlier, I wish that I had somebody like you when I was 16.
And it's one of those things that, like, he'll never understand what it feels like to be silenced. And he'll never understand that the majority of the people who are essayed in their life are silenced. They are.
Which is fucking funny, because I told him, like, the full extent of my experience. So he knows. He knows that that's something I've been through. And I was like, that's fucking shitty. I can't imagine anyone else going through that. And of course, this was before all the allegations came out.
Right.
Because we had a trauma dumping night. Nothing that was, like, proposed or anything. It's just something I chose to do, so we're clear. But, yeah, no, I just, ugh. I can't.
Curve Me had a question for you. In your opinion, do you feel he knows he is in the wrong?
That's a tough one. In my opinion, I think that there is something wrong. I think that something is not right. I don't know if it's a mental issue. I don't know if it's just the way he was raised, because he was raised in Germany. I don't know if it's like an experience he had. I don't know what's going on. But in my opinion, I do think that something is wrong. I do not think that he has the social awareness that he really needs. And I don't know if it's that he's doing this unintentionally. I don't know if the way he processes things are differently or different. I don't know if it's that he doesn't see that what he's doing is wrong. And I don't know if it's that he knows and he just doesn't care. But I've said it before and I will say it again, and this is a big if because I don't know, if he is neurodivergent, that is not an excuse. It's an explanation, but it is not an excuse. I'm also neurodivergent, and I am more than capable of hearing what other people say, taking criticism, taking constructive feedback, and then applying it and changing. I am more than capable of that. Me being neurodivergent is an explanation for some of the behaviors and the patterns that I have, absolutely, but it is not an excuse for them.
Exactly. I think the same thing. I wrestle with this every day. Like, I really know if it's like there's something severely wrong. Like, let's say he's a narcissist, and I'm not diagnosing anyone. I'm just throwing out something that we can see a lot of
purely hypothetical.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if it's something like that like he's not even aware of because he hasn't been in therapy, he doesn't know, or like I think back of over 20 years of this behavior, of him being confronted by other people, knowing how much he manipulates women in different situations, in completely different environments. It's like, it almost feels like he intentionally does this, and it's so hard because it's like, clearly he's had confrontation. Clearly he's had people over and over again. Just last night on his live, he admitted that this has happened before. Allie Mae has admitted this has happened before because it happened to her and her group. So how many groups? Yes. Which guy?
Just I don't like
Trump guy.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Also, Porky, I am so sorry. I as soon as I read it, I was like, I kind of figured that's what happened, and I kind of figured that's when that went down, but I am so sorry. Because I knew you walked out of there and you were hurt. I knew. And I didn't do shit, and I'm sorry. Like, I really wish that I had. God. What a shit show, dude.
It's so crazy to me that one guy can cause all this trauma.
Yeah.
Let me just put this warning here real fast. If you even mention the word Trump, I will throw your ass out.
Bye!
End of the fucking discussion.
Yeah. We're not doing politics. I'm good.
Thank you for the gift. And thank you again, everyone. Thank you for the gifts. If you don't know what we're discussing, there are 2 documents in my link regarding 2 replies that we have issued to Pearadise 1, who is suing, not Jinxy. I just want to make sure that is out there. Jinxy and Porkchop have not been sued yet. The girls who have been sued is myself,
Knock on wood real quick.
and Allie Mae. Well, if you do, I have a great lawyer for you.
Yeah.
Savvy and Allie did come forward with their own essay allegations. Porkchop has now joined them by sharing her story. And Monica is also being sued along with me, basically, because on our end, we were supporting the women coming forward. And Monica has her own stories, which I think really, really line up with a lot of the emotional abuse that other people experience in that Discord. I want to make it clear that people realize that there is a multitude of different levels of trauma that women are experiencing depending on their relationship to the Discord or Stefan. There are women who don't even make it into the inner circle, who leave the Discord purely for other men because other men are harassing them. There's people who've left the Discord because of racism. I think Sunshine in a video talked a little bit about that. There's just a lot of different reasons. It's hard to group everyone together into a bowl because it's so vastly different towards people's experiences.
Not to mention, in my experience, he likes to talk shit about a lot of people. And as soon as you are no longer beneficial to him, it really feels like he just doesn't fucking care anymore. And he could give a shit less. And it's disgusting. You don't do that to people.
Do you feel like the Discord is a real community as what he puts on TikTok, or do you think it is a Stefan personal Discord?
That's hard to say. I think that the Discord definitely has potential to be its own community. And from the little bits of it that I saw and from all that I've heard about it from other people, there's definitely some sort of sense of community within the Discord. But I do also think that Stefan uses a lot of it, especially the not safe for work channels. I know that at some point he disabled them all when all of this started going down to kind of save his own ass. But when they were up, I definitely think that he does use that for personal gain.
Do you want to, again, you can ignore this question, confirm that he might have a pans only page?
So I don't actually know that he does. I know that Cass for sure does. I know that a couple other girls for sure do. But I don't actually know if he does or does not. I know that he had spoken about it a few times and he had made what I took to be jokes about it. But I have no idea.
And that's fine too, because that's why we ask questions.
Yeah.
I'll ask you again, anything else that you wanted to discuss, that you want to bring up, anything you saw, anything. The platform's yours. Anyone have questions for Jinxy that you would want answered if she's willing to answer them?
Lisa, see, that's one of the things I don't like, because he does that. when Savvy came out with everything and when Allie came out with everything, one of the first things I said, you better go through all of your accounts and scrub your shit and delete all of the videos you have with them out of respect for them. Because whether or not what they're saying is true, you need to disband yourself from them. And he said, oh yeah, that's a really good idea, then just didn't fucking do it. And I want to put it out there that if he's got one of his side accounts watching this right now, you better delete all of my fucking shit.
And let me make it very clear, like I did for Allie when she came out and asked Stefan to, if Jinxie's stuff is not deleted, well, we already know what I will do. We already know. Like, I will make 10 new videos.
I was in the video used to promote the Halloween party too. No, never mind. I was not. I was in the secret, the truth will come out or some bullshit video. He used a clip from the Cinco de Mayo party of me in it.
Monica was in the Halloween party footage. He is suing Monica. He also said at one point,
he's a fucking idiot.
I also can't believe he was charging $40. I've never been to his house. Would you pay $40 to go to one of his parties?
So when it comes to his parties, I was always told that because I was inner circle, I would never have to pay because of course I'm always welcome at his place. I, had the gate app thing on my phone so I could just go in and go out whenever I wanted. But, I mean, considering Vegas parties, because other people in Vegas do that as well, where they're charged for entry fees, I think that $40 was relatively reasonable considering he's got an open bar. He has a shit ton of alcohol that he always restocks. And he does have a relatively nice house. There's a lot of things to do. Usually for parties and stuff, it's super decorated. But for him personally, I don't know. Like, I think it's reasonable, but at the same time, I think with context, I think it's not because I know what happens at those parties now. But I mean, for like a Vegas party at a really nice house, that's pretty standard.
And see, that's why I ask. Because, I don't know. Okay, can I ask you another question? Then this is for my own pettiness. I'll put this out there right now. This is for my own pure pettiness.
Are you going to ask if he's ever told me not to touch the thermostat?
No, I was going to ask does he has cockroaches?
No, but he does have a really, really bad ant problem.
Okay.
Okay, so I saw a roach there exactly one time while I was going tinkle, and I freaked the fuck out, but that's the only time I ever saw a roach was in one of the bathrooms downstairs. But he has a huge fucking ant problem that he just can't get rid of. Like, they're always fucking there, and especially after a party, when people leave drinks and shit by the pool, they get so fucking bad. They are literally everywhere. There is not one spot in his house that's safe. Like, at some point, I had slept the night there in one of his guest rooms, and I woke up with ants all over me.
Natasha!
He sure did. Yep. Talked about that, too. Allegedly.
How did I do this? I've known this forever, but I'm just saying.
Anyway.
Mitzi, I was going to respond to your question about the reality show. From my understanding in the court documents, his assumption is, okay, fact is, no, there is no longer a TV show. TV show is done.
So after the whole situation with the girl that brought up the reality show, I had started getting some red flags. So turns out they were never producers, they were brokers. And their job was to start at the lowest rung of a network and work their way up to actual producers to pitch their idea. They had reached out to a couple of places, and the only place with interest was, I think it was Bravo, if I'm not mistaken. TLC never reached back out to us. Lifetime never reached back out. HBO never reached back. Like, nobody did, because nobody fucking cared. And it was one network that reached out, was Bravo. We actually talked with some people at Bravo. And by the time it reached Bravo, we had tried to, or I say we loosely, but Stefan had tried to change the pitch of the show to fat people are allowed to exist too, and this is just us existing in the world. So like going on adventures and going on hikes and following like the individual storylines of each person. So for me, it would have been finding out about my birth dad, because that was something that had recently happened to me. And like for like going through the whole music thing, and I think for Cass it was like with her wanting to open up a salon and things like that. So they had changed it. We spoke to the producers at Bravo exactly one time, and then the girl situation blew the fuck up. We ended up there was a situation at the July 4th party. She'd come up to me and a couple other people who were gardening on the couch and asked if they could shoot off fireworks that she brought. And Stefan had gone to pick up somebody from the airport. So he wasn't home. And one of the other girls on the couch said, I don't think that's a good idea. The homeowner needs to be home. So she walked away and said, okay, whatever. And then came back 10 minutes later and asked again. And then when I had responded, she goes, okay, Ivy, and walked away. And I was like, what the fuck? Because I've never seen you behave like that. What did I say? And I looked over at the other two girls and they were like, that was super fucking passive aggressive. What the fuck? And then she turned around and talked to Stefan and one of the other girls on the couch and came up with this whole fucking sob story about how she was concerned that she wasn't being listened to because people were drunk and playing with sparklers. That's not what she fucking said. And by the time this became a huge issue, I asked Stefan to pull the camera footage from that party. And that's not what she fucking said. So me and one other girl confronted her about it, and she blew the fuck up. And she started calling us all names and cursing us out. And like, it was like the moment she was no longer able to play victim, she panicked and she lashed out. And she stormed off and she was like, well, you guys don't even have a show anymore. Actually, I'm going to have a show now. It's already in the works. We've already started filming. And I was like, okay, like, I'll believe that when I see it. But all right, go off, I guess. Like, whatever works in your world, that's totally cool. And that was the end of anything show related.
Which is so interesting because in the legal documents, we're being sued up to $1 million because he lost his TLC contract, and he says it's my fault.
There was no TLC contract.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, trust me, I've very.
If you want the emails to the brokers that they were working with, I'm more than happy to pass those on to you. I'm also more than happy to take screenshots of the emails that I have from them, but there was never a TLC contract.
Yeah, actually, if you could send me those, I think all the paperwork is filed at the moment. I have no idea how legal things work. But court is Wednesday, but I will definitely reach out to the lawyer for that because that is good information to have because he's going hard on that TLC contract. Our lawyer is great. Our lawyer is a sarcastic asshole. And he replied
I read
back
some of the things that he wrote in that case, and I couldn't help but laugh because I was like, this man not only knows what he's doing, but he's funny.
Well, so okay, you've seen the evidence. You've seen the secret, mind-blowing, expose the scam evidence.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
How mind-blowing is it?
In my opinion, it's not. In my opinion, it proves you guys right. In my opinion, it is incredibly damning for him, and the fact that he can't see that is that's really what's mind-blowing, is the fact that he can't see that.
Was there anyone who tried to tell that to him when they were seeing this evidence, or?
Nope. No.
And I mean, I understand why. I totally understand why. It's just I never stayed at Pearadise, but you know who did? Jinxy.
I was there for almost 6 months.
And Savvy somewhere. I'm like, I don't know where she is in the comments.
Somewhere around this area, sure.
Out of every woman I have raised up, am the only one who did not go to his house. But I literally was in Vegas going to go to his house. But he had made a racist comment, and I was like, why would I leave my family and my friends to go to this house for a day? Like, it made no sense to me.
Well, I'm sorry, Allie. My bad.
Allie Mae, you know I love you. You know I also tell you you can come up.
Oh, this is Allie Mae.
Oh, yes! Jinxy, meet the notorious Allie Mae that I'm pretty sure you've heard a lot about. Because remember, Stefan loves to talk shit about any woman that he could not control.
Dude, there was so much said about Allie Mae, dude. Like, one of the first, it was like the first month I was there, I was warned about Allie Mae, and if I ever saw her name, to block her immediately. Like, that's the warning I got, because according to Stefan, she tried to mean girl her way through the friend group to get his attention, because she wanted to be his girlfriend, and that she wanted to be his primary. And I was like, I mean, that sounds like a stretch, but sure. I don't know her. I wasn't there for that. I can't say anything to or against it. But that was the story I was told about good old Allie Mae. And all of the interactions that I've ever had with her, as short as they have been nothing but wonderful. So.
Yeah, no. I never really made it into the inner circle. I am not one to, like, get drawn into those things. I really hit it off. Like, when I first joined, I went really hard in the Discord. So I never heard anything bad about Allie Mae. But, like, I do know from other people that he goes super hard on her. And I really, really, really hope one day, Allie Mae, you feel safe enough and strong enough and know that you have a whole fucking army behind you, and that you too will share your experiences, because you could end him. And you know, and not you know that, he knows that. And that's why he tells his people, apparently, to block you before you can even reach out to them. Which I don't think like you've ever... Oh, pork chop. Come in, pork chop.
Hey, Porky.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I was just coming to hang out.
Come hang out. Allie Mae, if you want in, let me know.
How many people can you have up on this live thing at a time?
I think people can have up to 3. I don't know how many I can have.
Okay.
I know some people get capped out at 2, but I've seen people with 3.
Interesting.
So Ivy was discussing her experience regarding just kind of being a friend. She didn't make any allegations in the regard of, like, other women who have come forward. She's just talking about her 6 months experience of being in the inner circle. One of the things she talked a lot about is that there's a very selfish, maybe pretense to being women's friends that disappear when those women are no longer going along with him, I guess, or willing to participate. And that, I think, not to put words in your mouth, was your main experience.
Pretty much, yeah.
That we've been discussing tonight.
Pretty much, yeah. Celebrity, to answer your question, it's just his parties are very much centered around like relations. As soon as he's off live and they have like Pearadise after hours, he makes it very clear that you don't have to if you don't want to, but you are encouraged to be nude in his pool. If you are comfortable enough with that, if there's anybody that is not comfortable with nudity, you know, of course everyone has a suit on, but more often than not, as soon as the live goes off, clothes come off. And I'm not saying that there's, you know, sex.
Go off.
Yeah, when the live goes off, so do the clothes.
One time I was on live, and literally I was playing music so loud, and things were happening. Jesus. And somebody was like, "What was that noise?" And I was like, "What noise?"
Remember that.
And they were like, "I hear something." I was like, "Yeah, my music." The jam.
Yep.
And then they were like,
I remember the next day you were like, I had to like panic.
Yeah, I literally, people were like, "No, I still hear something." I was like, "End live." And then somebody wrote me, was like, "Why did you end live?" And I was like,
I don't know what happened.
Well,
it was so weird.
I was walking, and then all of a sudden fucking screams from the house, we're just people were like, what is going on? There's 142 people active.
Yep.
I'm just passing alive. I'm like, nothing at all.
Right. Allie Mae, I see that I see your request, but I am maxed out at 2. So if one of the girls want to step down whenever you guys are ready, we can get Allie Mae in here too.
I mean, if you guys want me to hop off so you guys can all vibe, I'm more than happy to. It's up to y'all.
I don't have much to say. If you guys want to keep up a conversation, I just came to hang out.
It's up to you. If Allie Mae would like to share her story, I would love to have her share. And it looks like Monica also wants to request in a little bit too. So let's finish up with Jinxy. Porkchop, you stay here. Jinxy, is there anything else that you would want to say? That you would want to throw out there? Maybe warn people? Anything. Platform's yours.
I mean, I'll definitely be DMing you later, but
you can DM me anytime.
I will say I don't know. It's just I don't think it's a very safe place because of Stefan and because of some of the other people that he decides to keep close. And it's definitely not everyone, because there are some genuinely amazing people that he happens to bring together, but it's him. He's the problem, in my opinion. So
someone did ask, and I would actually like your opinion on this. What do you think about Heather?
I adore Heather. I really do. She was the only friend that I had in the house for a very long time.
And that's acceptable.
We clicked a lot on a lot of different things, and it wasn't until the very end of things where some things got a little dodgy between our friendship, and when I decided to cut off from Pearadise, I also decided to cut off from her as well. But I never had any issues with her. It's just our friendship, for what it was and for while it lasted, was fantastic, at least for me. I know that she had issues with other people in the house, but I never personally experienced any of that. So
yeah, I think the real issue here isn't so much the women in themselves, but it's the actions who stand by a man. Because at the end of the day, like, I never had anything wrong with Heather. And yes, I do call her handler sometimes, because I do feel like she feeds into a lot of the issues because she doesn't stand up for the women. And she doesn't stand up against him when she does have a way to be a voice that could be in his ear.
I can see that.
But in reality, like we said, and we'll say it over and over again, every woman is, in their own way, sadly maybe being manipulated and groomed and used to...
Yeah, you know what sucks too, though? The fucking confidence that I hold. By the way, my nose is red and I'm not sick. It's just cold. And all of a sudden it's just really red, just so you guys know. But the confidence that I hold with myself, and to know how fucking confident I am. And then people are like, he preys on vulnerable and weak, and I'm like, bitch.
Vulnerable, like, honestly, same though. Because when I tell people I'm a bitch, I might come off like I'm joking, but that's a serious fucking statement. I'm a fucking bitch, and I'm not afraid to tell you. I am not in any way, shape, or form vulnerable until you break me the fuck down. He managed to do that.
And I think that's really what's...
Who the fuck is we? I ain't doing that shit. You ain't talking about me. Like, literally, like, I am so fucking, like, exactly, so confident and so strong. And I'm like I ain't, no one's preying on the fucking weak here. And then I just like,
I think you have to be a bad bitch, basically, to make it into the inner circle, because he needs confident women to bring in other women. I think that's the thing, is he knows he can't bring in these women to his house by himself. he has to create this party situation or look at all these women you can feel safe with. And he does that by keeping that inner circle of women that he can kind of, you know, talk to. And I think that's when the strong women start to get broken down. Because
I feel like that's completely valid, and you know, hindsight's 2020, as it always is. That actually makes a lot of sense, and that could very well be why he only posts videos of the women he has around him.
Well, right. and as a tactic of master manipulation, the thing is I feel like it's not like he directly prays. I was broke down by having the women and who I called friend pinned against me, and that is what tore down my ego and made me weak. And when I'm a strong person and a confident person and not a person to get preyed on, but then I have 4 people that I literally say and call friend, knowingly going to another room and saying my name with insult. It just is like ego blow, ego blow, ego blow. And then they come back out like nothing happened.
It's
and
abusive.
Then like, and he reaps the benefits. And I feel like that's why it's manipulation, because he is aware, and that is why he uses people to pin against each other. People, like, that's why he is the center that, like, let me just talk about this person to this person to this person, so that he's not the one doing it, they're doing it.
Yeah, I agree. I there are a lot of stories I've heard where he might have not been able to get with a certain woman, and he was manipulating other women around that woman he wanted to be able to force them into what the relationship he wanted. So I definitely think there's a lot of, I said this since day one. I feel like, in my opinion, Stefan watched one bad 90s female movie where women were women were mean girls to each other, and he just assumed that's woman culture. And so he just sits there and finds ways to pin us against each other and attack each other, and he can just sit in the back. It's just so stupid to me. Every time I'm like, I am in a 90s bad female film. But he doesn't understand. He's not a female. I am. I've watched all those movies. I learned all my lessons.
Is the Disneyland trick applicable to this? I want off the ride now. I would like off the ride.
Yeah, 100%. Someone said that they thought you were Team Stefan.
I definitely was. The key word in that sentence is was.
Yep. Because at the end of the day, he eventually will go through everyone who is close to him. That's just what happens when you can't build real friendships and real relationships on things of merit.
I'm not sick, by the way. I'm cold. If anybody...
My nose isn't red. 10 minutes later, I'm not sick as she's coughing.
Well, I'm coughing because right now I'm quitting cigarettes and I'm smoking a breeze pen. And when I transition, when I go back and forth from smoking a real cigarette to a vape, there are different types of inhales.
It's rough.
And I'm definitely like, but then I'll smoke a cigarette. I say that
constantly. Listen, I'm not sick. I just smoke.
Yeah.
All my money has gone to the legal fund. So I don't know if anyone smokes the green, but I dab. And so I have literally got the crappy stuff, you know, the stuff that sits in the water because it's like dripped through. And I'm like, you know what? You're gonna suck this up because you have no money.
Ooh, can I love to publicly answer this one? So does he sleep with any and everyone that goes to the house, or all of them just friends? Let me tell you that every single time that somebody came into the live and said, so what's going on? What's the situationship? Does he sleep with them or he's just friend? And every time he said, oh, we're just friends. That was a bull-faced lie to your fucking face, because chances are he slept with everybody but maybe one person in the house at all times. That's one I'd love to answer, because I really hated. Oh, let me just add to it. Does everybody here watching 70 people? Does everybody know that I am a diabetic? Because if you don't, I'm a diabetic. And one of my favorite things is when Stefan was like, does anybody in the house have health issues? Now, I know it wasn't his personal one to speak upon my health issues. Like, I understand that. But also, like, instead of saying, like, that's not my business or my personal information to share, he would just say, no, we're all healthy fat people. And I was like, I'm a diabetic. If I eat too many candy bars, I'm just like, or same with the COVID vaccine. I stayed for 8 weeks and I wasn't vaccinated. And every time somebody would ask, oh, we're all vaccinated here. Except
I mean, you
me.
were there. I think you were there though before the vaccines came out.
No, the vaccines came out before I even went on my road trip. And I just wasn't, I was scared of it.
BBWPG has posted a series showing another side before you jump on a side, get all your info. Oh, really?
Yes, because her good experience definitely means that everyone else's negative experiences don't count, right?
I feel
she's
like
invalidating actual victims, right?
I also want to make it very clear.
Allie said accurate. Accurate. And Monica said, a lie. A lie. Accurate.
I love how everyone is like, is that you, Stefan?
Probably. Fuck.
It does sound very Stefan, because this is what I've realized about Stefan. He always goes, before you jump on a side, get all your info. You're only hearing one side of the story. There's two sides. Well, Stefan, there's like 10 sides going on over here, and I'm not smart enough to know like what shit it is.
But the guy from
we're like a fucking
I don't pronounce you fucking Larry. This is a full circle. And Piggy, Piggy, we can't stop. Okay, now that like it's a little bit out, we can like a little bit behind the scenes joke of like what we've been talking about for a couple months. And every time he's like, this is one-sided, this is one-sided, this is one-sided, this is very one-sided. I'm like, one side, one side, one side, one side, one. That's 8 sides. That's a fucking stop sign. That's a
five
fucking side.
Listen, I failed geology as a kid, but this sounds like a dodecahedron to me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But I've been blocked. Okay, here's the thing. I'm just gonna say this. If you have had the privilege of being blocked by our side, because let's make it very clear, Stefan will block anyone. If you have had the pleasure of being blocked by me, it's probably because you're a bitch. Sorry. Like a far off bitch. So I wouldn't come into my live and tell people that you've been blocked by me, because it's literally just telling me, oh, maybe we should block you again. What a fucking moron. I'm sorry, but please get a fucking brain. Blocked.
People are stupid and I will die on that hill.
Oh my God. Okay, can I ask you? Okay, I have another petty question. I will admit when it's a petty question. Who is this Nicole bitch?
Who?
Do you know who I'm talking about? Her name, she is this woman who says that I doxed her kids.
Hold on, and Nicole is I know her. I was her friend, so I know her. Justice Nicole.
No, not Justice Nicole. Oh. This is like someone else who was all over his Instagram saying that like I doxed her kids and she filed a police report against me. And
is this the person that said something to the tune of like you found out where her kids went to like
yes
whatever?
I have no idea where she got that.
I have no idea who she is. He ended up talking about the situation And he said that you ended up like calling CPS because you found out where her kid went to preschool or like daycare or something. I have no idea who she is.
Yeah, I had no idea who she was. So there were a few trolls who were going super, super hard against the girls, like super victim blaming and victim shaming. And I had people who were reaching out to me who were looking into these trolls. I never asked them to. They just wanted to help any way they could. And they showed me her Facebook account. And I was like, that's fine. We're not going to do that. We're not here to dox people. We're not, like, there's no reason. She's just an immature idiot. And I can just block her on my page. Well, she made 3 different troll accounts to, like, just continue trolling. And one day I was talking about the comment that Stefan made where he called a person of color ghetto because they were talking out against him. And this person was trying to be like, ghetto just means a rundown area for Jewish people. And I was like, we're not going to stomach racism here. We're not going to pretend we're stupid. We're not going to play this game. And she was like, no. And she was trying to be really stupid. And I said, I don't expect a Trump supporter to understand, because I had seen the photos of her wearing Trump sweatshirts. And she said, I don't know what you mean by that. And I'm like, next time you probably shouldn't have your sister tell me she's your sister when she's commenting on my video and leave a trail back to your real account from your troll account. If you're going to troll people, lock up your shit so your family is protected, because I will never go after you, but I can't protect you from any other stranger. So she messaged me back one night and she goes, I'm messaging your father that you think he's racist. And I was like, my dad knows I think he's racist. My dad very much knows I think he is a racist piece of shit. Like, that's not. And so she deleted her comment. And then the next thing I know, I've doxed her kids and she's filed a police report against me that I've never seen, never even heard. There's no file of it. And I was just like, who are you, crazy lady? Like, I just feel like she's probably obsessed with Stefan and needed to get in. But I was just like,
I mean, potentially, but like the only thing I'd ever heard was the like supposed situation that you doxed her kids. And I was like, that seems unlikely, but I don't care enough to really form an opinion. So you have that.
I feel like I don't think I've ever even called people to spam report him. Like, I have never made any call. I think the one time I said, Stefan needs attention, everyone go give it to him. That's the only time I ever sent people to his page, was because he was doing a woe is me act. And I was just like, go to Stefan's page. He wants the attention. Like, I think pork chop, I didn't realize pork chop left. But it was just one of those weird things that I was just like, this lady came out of nowhere. I have no idea who she is. And it's just a random claim that randomly gets pushed up whenever he needs to attack me.
Yeah.
Hello, Allie Mae.
Hello.
I love your sweatshirt.
Thank you. I got it from this really cool shop. You can find it in someone's link in their bio.
Yes.
It supports a really great legal fund.
If you guys don't know, she is wearing our Flirting Does Not Equal Consent shirt. It is on our store. All the proceeds do go to our legal fund. And for those who are not aware yet, right now our date is scheduled for this Wednesday for the anti-SLAPP motion. So if we win it, then it's done, kaput. If we don't win it, then we move on to the defamation lawsuit.
I can't read it. What does it say?
Flirting
does not equal consent.
Because he said that he flirted and therefore he thought that he could like do this.
I mean, yeah, that was one of the things that he told me. It was like, all of these text messages is clear, enthusiastic consent. And I'm like, I mean, it's not though, but okay. This is your mess to clean up, dude.
I mean, like, it's a text message. Like, that alone is subjective to how you read it.
Well, but so in his mind, there, I think, in my opinion, the way he sees it is that there is a time limit on a text message. So clearly anything you say in a text is what you mean for the next year.
Yeah, he actually, okay, this man is so stupid that in court documents, he put that I made a video back in February. I'm like, oh, Stefan, you just lost your account. Please go follow him, support him, which I purposely left up so people could see that I once supported him, and here I am now. Like, that's interesting. So he submitted it into court and said, she's lying that she thinks we're a dangerous place because here you go, in February, she said this.
It's almost like new
opinions don't
information
change.
can't change people's minds.
Right? It's not like I
Because
spent
that's
time
literally what happened to me. I didn't want to have anything to do with this until I saw what he did to Porky, and I was like, nope, mine changed, opinion changed. I'm coming and smoking. We're not doing this. We're not fucking doing this.
That. Yep.
100%. Allie Mae, do you want to tell a little bit about your, not like you don't have to go on to all your experience, but just like maybe when you were involved with Pearadise 1 or when you got started with Pearadise 1, like.
Yeah, so we got connected early last summer, so 2020. I had just moved to Vegas, moved here mid-pandemic, knowing no one. So was spending a lot of time on TikTok. And he came across my feed. This is when he was like less than 5,000 followers, like real new. And I originally interacted with him and I was just like, hey, do you have suggestions on places I can go to here in Vegas? Because obviously with everything shut down, I was like, where are all these cool videos where you're taking these road trips to? Because like, need fun things to do. So that's originally how we started talking. And then he was like, yeah, do you want to meet? And I was like, sure. Like, you want to meet at a coffee shop? And he's like, oh, just come to my house. And I was like, all right.
It's not sketchy at all.
Right? I was like, figured like a coffee shop parking lot, you know? Because obviously the inside's
like maybe
closed,
a public place where other people can witness our interactions.
Yeah,
no?
you know. So of course, I'm calling my friend on the way over there, and I was like, hey, I'm dropping you my PIN. Just a heads up. If you don't hear from me, this reads on the police.
I did the same thing the first time I was there. I was texting my best friend, like, this is his address, this is his name, this is all the information I have. If I don't text you every hour on the hour, please call the cops.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's how I got connected with him. And then, like Jinxy said, it was this, like, thing where you go over there, and then, like, you just feel really connected really fast, and you're there just all the time. And it just happens super fast. Yeah. And so, Porky.
Let me just say real fast, my guests have full-blown, like, permission that if they say they want someone banned, make it banned. I don't have any say. If you girls want them to the fuck out, all you have to say is kick them out, and I got mods in here who will do it for you. So...
Can you kick the ghost in my house out?
I wish. I ain't that powerful.
Damn it.
I'll make a ghost TikTok. Maybe I'll scare them.
You can just come hide at my house. It's fine. I think we're safe here.
I appreciate you, because my air conditioning is haunted. It screams every so often.
That's unfortunate.
You want in here? Okay, I'll hop out so you can come in.
All right. Thank you so much, Jinxy.
Yeah, of course, my pleasure.
Please, everyone, go follow Jinxy. Go follow and support Jinxy as much as possible.
Hi.
Hi, babe.
First of all, I want to say hi. But I'm really interested in addressing this because this person that came in, okay, I want to address this because this person that came in didn't. Huh?
Is that who we're addressing? What are we addressing?
This person, color me satisfied. One. They immediately came, like literally, Allie was not even up here and saying hi before they are saying and raise your hand if Allie's a bully, if Allie's bullied you. Okay, and I want to address this. And I think it's important to, because if this person felt this harassed, that it exploded out of them, maybe it really hurt them. And I do want to, before asking them if they'd even potentially want to come forward to who they are and maybe even talk to Allie, I would like to know if they have even sat down and thought about if they were a member of Pearadise themselves and they felt that this woman bullied them, if you don't think by sitting in this live right now that Stefan had a role, and you've obviously maybe not been here long enough to hear how he pins women against each other, how the entire environment is toxic and literally our topic of conversation, and you're just going to come in here screaming that she's a bully? Want to make yourself known? Would you like to work anything out? Would you like to maybe even engage in our conversation about how toxic Pearadise is and maybe any of the other experiences you may have went through?
Pork Chop asked you a fucking question. I like.
Well, I mean, and I'm not even
blowing it off. So rude.
What do you
I don't even. I just want to be stern because, yeah, exactly. They say it really did. It really did, and it matters. It means you matter. We don't come in here bullying.
So you want to
a resolution?
You want to talk shit, but you don't want to do anything for a resolution. Okay.
It's funny that I'm being told I denied things when I have said nothing this whole time. I left
we don't even know what you denied. Like,
I left quietly. I was like, we're just gonna like coexist. That's how this is gonna be. I have text to Stefan where I was like, please stop this. I just want to coexist. We all live in Vegas.
Allie is a person, period. And something that, I mean, hypothetically, I'm not even saying it's wrong.
Hold on.
What?
I'm sorry. You can't come in here as a troll account and expect us to take anything you fucking say at value.
Yeah, and actually, if you use wording like that, we can just. I asked if you wanted to resolve things.
I'm pretty sure Monica knows that I love her, so you know.
And
we're definitely just trying to, you know. Oh, we know they're connected.
And we're actually definitely managed. Thanks for making me a mod, Piggy and Block.
Yup.
Because.
And this is how I know it's someone connected with Stefan.
Yeah, like how do you
in Pearadise?
What?
You being a bully in Pearadise, if it ever happened to anybody, it could be potentially true. And that's not the point.
Yeah.
Because
I'm gonna get water real fast. You guys keep talking.
You're a human being and people make mistakes.
Yeah.
And that is a very toxic environment.
Well, I fully acknowledge, and I haven't been able to do this in a public setting because I just haven't taken advantage of the public setting. That, like, I don't like the person that I became when I was hanging out there all the time. There was this, like, constant pressure to always be on. And, like, Jinxy was talking about how, like, she throws up when she gets stressed, and I do the same thing. And I was just constantly getting sick over there, and I was constantly stressed, and I, like, shut down when I'm stressed. And I, like, shut down and I shut people out when I'm stressed. And so, like, I fully acknowledge I don't like the person that I became while I was there, and that, like, I apologize to anyone that I did hurt when I was there, when that was the case, because that was never my intention. So... but going back, the reason I say that person's definitely on Stefan camp is this is a text from Stefan when I called him out for trying to ban us from the bash. He said, I will not interact or engage in any kind of friendship with anyone that still talks to Monica. She is like the convicted child molester or murderer. She is downright a criminal with what she did. So yeah, I won't let anyone close to me who engages with that.
And what did Monica do exactly? You mean come out and support women who are speaking against Stefan? Or was it the fact that she herself finally felt strong enough to talk about the emotional abuse she experienced at the hand of Stefan?
Yeah.
Emotional abuse. Just some for the people in the back.
Hi, Monica via Diana.
Oh, Diana, my twin. Wait, right? Where is she?
I also, like, that's not the first time Stefan has tried to use this, like, close to murder, super crazy, like, fallacies, analogies that I don't understand. Like, it's such an extreme route to go that it makes no sense.
I know, and you completely just hyperbolize it.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Excuse me, Kat.
Jinxy says, I was told Monica brought the kids into it, and that's why she got kicked out. Monica left. Monica left.
I brought the kids into it. Now we can't even keep track who's to blame.
Yeah, okay. So Monica left on her own, fully on her own accord. She could have stayed and put up with it and pushed through it. In all honesty, I was given the option to stay and work shit out with people, and I chose not to. I was like, nah, this is not worth it, man. But yeah, no, Monica left on her own, so she was never kicked out.
What do you mean? Monica was bullied countless times in the group as a whole. Dozen women in a group. Monica definitely was neglected.
Oh yeah.
At one of the most highest spots. When people made plans, Monica literally constantly. The times I heard, why are they just not my friend enough to call me and invite me like every other fucking person is? And the amount of times I heard that in 8 weeks is sickening.
Well, and here's the thing too with Monica is we had our own issues at various points. And like, I'm super grateful she was that person that would just like be like, hey, y'all didn't invite me. And like, I needed that wake up call. I needed someone to be like that. And I was like, I didn't even think about it. I was just here and we did things and I didn't think about like having to invite other people. I was like, but now like it's on my radar and you are a priority, you know? But like I saw that all the time. And like I said, I was guilty of that on my own accord as well. However, when it was brought to my attention, of course I tried to, implement a change in that. But
I mean, yeah. And even Monica has heard it from me. Like my invite while I was there, like I lacked invites to Monica because there's always chaos. I was never, you can hardly breathe in the environment. I remember one time I couldn't even shower at the end of the day and my feet were so black and literally right in front of my bedroom is the shower. And I was like, I just can't even. And I like went to the bed and I didn't even want to like put my feet on the bed because it was white sheets and they weren't mine. So I was just going to sleep with my feet hanging off the bed. And then the door was open and a lie was literally in my face. My stomach was hanging out. My feet were off the bed, black as shit. And my door was just open and TikTok live was in my face. And I literally was just like, I just want a nap.
That's just so ridiculous to me that there's no space of privacy. Like you would think that if you were in your room in your bed with the door closed, I feel like that's enough sign. Like, you don't, like...
I feel like that should be an assumed privacy.
Granted, my privacy was deserved. That's not something I specifically... I don't have words sometimes. I guess I don't know. The good side of me always wants to be like, that's his house. I am a guest in his house. And it was like, when I say night, I guess it wasn't dark yet, but it just was close enough. Like, it was an exhausting day. And
yeah, but I feel like bedrooms and bathrooms should have an assumed privacy.
Yeah, like,
is correct. Which is correct.
Also, I want to ask a question to Pam.
But I don't, every day I say I have a new trauma response. Is this today's?
Probably. We need to be hard.
I wanted to say, like, it is his house and I was his guest and, like, it wasn't nighttime and I feel like he knew I wasn't sleeping. But, like, also, I swear to God, you've never seen someone move as fast as me pulling down my shirt over my belly, my giant ass belly, because, like, all I heard was walking, and I was like, ah! So, like, then I was awake.
Yeah.
Allie Mae, you said you wanted to ask Pam a question.
Oh yeah. So Pam said, "Who was the girls before you that were harassing him on his beginning lives? Are you talking about, like, when I was, like, first on his lives with him, and the girls that were, like, mass reporting and commenting about him SAing somebody? Is that what you're referring to?" That's my question for her. Also, Jinxy, it's 100% accurate. There is this pressure to be on all the time.
Do any of
Heather? Hi, Heather.
Vegas Heather's in here?
No, this is a different Heather.
Okay.
We like this Heather. This is great Heather.
Wait. Do I know this? Am I a Las Vegas local? Is this Heather Las Vegas know-it-all?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I got somebody give me a gift. I'm a Vegas local. Anyway, hi Heather. I've actually never even met you, but the things I've heard about you from yours truly, like, if anybody doesn't know, before I stayed at Stefan's house, I stayed at Allie's house for 2 weeks, and she is also the title of pretty much the person that got the weight of every responsibility of Stefan at one point. And then what had the title, we're working on title here. This woman was brought into an inner circle. The person that's at I should say there a lot, and the closest friend probably is dumped with the most responsibility to get the affairs of the what we're doing constantly today on. And this is one of them women that was there for, how long were you, would you say, literally between creating the Discord? Not even Discord, you were there before Discord, right?
Yeah, I was there before the Discord.
Okay, so literally before the fight, like beginning to end, how long is your distance before the fight?
Before I left?
Yeah.
Is there like June 1st to like September? It's like 3 months.
Okay, so for 3 months, definitely was put at the top of responsibility of chaotic lifestyle consistently. But then at the end of but with dumped and so much responsibility and pressure on them, becomes labeled a stature of, like, and pushed out of the group, and to the point where this woman got into a confrontation where the entire group ripped her apart like wolves. They, like, literally were just, like, all her friends and all loved her constantly for 3 months, and then just, like, picked her out like from a claw machine and was like, matter of fucking fact, we all hate you. And then she was just dumped, and, like, everybody, and then, like, shit talked about, and then and then she has not been back into the scene until yours truly came to Las Vegas and befriended her in person, because I was her friend before I even came to Vegas for months.
Yeah. Yeah, accurate.
And that
Amanda,
was her title.
Amanda moved to Chicago, and I do not know about the other two, Tanya and Erica.
Erica doesn't live in Vegas. I know that. I don't know what. They've been friends for a really long time, for like over a decade.
Is that the goddess lady?
Is that what?
Is her name Goddess on TikTok? Something Goddess? Is she the one in New York that like flew out?
No, she was in California.
Okay.
I don't think she has a TikTok. Last I knew, she didn't have a TikTok.
There's someone close to Stefan who people said that she used to clean up his messes. And they've been friends forever. And she came on TikTok and she was acting dumb. And she was trying to basically defend Stefan. And then when Stefan posted pork chop naked on the thing, she was in pork chop's comments telling her, well, why would you get naked in his living room? And like attacking her and victim blaming and victim shaming on his behalf. And I don't know who, I can't remember what her name was, but she's like long-term friends with him.
Well, what's funny is Stefan invited, I just saw Pam mentioned that Erica was on his Truth Live. Stefan invited me to the Truth Live, wanting me to vocalize that whatever. He's like, I've never sexually assaulted you, SA'd you. I was like, I need you to, like, you wanted me to come do that. And I was like, okay. Poor Keith's face.
And as you guys heard, that is word for word what he was saying to Jinxy too, to try and get her, except for he was also adding the fact that she knows what SA is. And that she clearly understands that what these women are accusing him of is not SA.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to me, because you would think he himself, as the man who is being accused, would maybe make a TikTok and fucking address the allegations instead of trying to manipulate women to be his alibis for shit they weren't even there for. Like...
Well, I told him, I said, well, I would go on here and share my experience, but that my experience would include that you didn't read when people were not welcome to your touching, and that it would require other people coming up to you after they've complained to me about it. And he's like, well, no, you can't say that because of the lawsuit. And I was like, well, that's my experience. So it's a Truth Live.
Speak about your experience, but don't talk about your experience. Can I tell them about what he was texting you the day I was getting served?
Oh, yeah.
So if you guys were lucky to be on the live while I was wrapping up that night and I was being served for the first time with the July defamation suit, you would know that I was not answering that door, and we on live were all hysterically laughing. Like, this man was like banging on my door like crazy. And Stefan, who's clearly watching this live, is messaging Allie Mae and telling her, like, what was it? He was like, you better tell her that I'm going to be adding evading charges to her and get her, like, what is her name? He was trying to get her to reach out to me to be like, what is her real name? Because I had told the person, well, he had pronounced my name wrong.
He did.
My last name is Howder. It's German, you moron. It's fucking German. And the guy, whatever, like, said the last name wrong. So I said, no, sorry, wrong house, doesn't live here. And Stefan was just like, what's her last name? You get her last name for me? Oh, he really will use anyone to try and manipulate the situation. Because he can't carry it himself.
Yeah, I have on here. I saw she just added evading service to the charges. Direct quote.
How are those evading charges is coming? He also has said text messages, not text messages, but in comments I've seen, he'll be like, if this was Germany, she'd be rotting in jail. Well, let me tell you something. It's a rude awakening for you, I guess, but this isn't Germany. This is America, and we have way given people too much power of freedom of speech in this country.
Right. That's so funny.
Thank you for the follow. I just imagine right now he's in his house throwing a fit.
Oh, I'm just waiting until I get a text or a call.
I haven't gotten a call yet. Like, I'm surprised. Thank you.
If I were him, I wouldn't even be freaking out anymore. I would just be like, Captain, down with the ship.
Well, here's the thing. He genuinely, and I don't know if this is like coming from his lawyers, if it's just coming from like how he only keeps the people that like support him around him. But like, we've had conversations like fairly recently. He has called me multiple times, right? And he genuinely believes that he is in the right. That like he doesn't have a single doubt.
How?
That's what blows my mind. In his head, he doesn't see anything wrong, and he 100% believes he's going to win this case.
I don't even think his lawyer thinks he's going to win this case at this point.
I don't know, but
say that again. Wait, I coughed. If anybody's recording that, say that again.
I definitely because the things he says is just like.
She said, I don't even think his lawyer is gonna believe he's gonna win.
Well, like, here's the thing. This lawyer took this case knowing that he wasn't even licensed in Nevada.
That's what took him so long to get. That is what took him so long to file charges.
Yeah, he had to go find someone else that was licensed to sign on to the case. Like, that should already tell you this is not the lawyer for you.
I will always remember what his lawyer sent me when I called the office, because I called the lawyer's office.
Yeah.
And I said, hi, I just was wondering, and I don't know if I could be asking this. I really don't know, so I'm so sorry if I'm overstepping. But do you maybe have a lawyer who's taking on a client named Stefan Wilhelmi? Because he's threatening to sue me, but I haven't gotten any paperwork. And before I file police charges, I just want to make sure if this is a true or lie situation. And the lady was super nice, and she was like, oh yeah, I'll ask, I'll look into that, and one of us will reach out to you. And then I get this email from his lawyer, and he's like, don't you ever contact my office again, and blah, 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 blah. And don't you ever email me, but you send your lawyer my information.
Did you say, hey buddy, this is America?
I didn't respond. I made a TikTok instead and tagged his account in it.
I remember
and then he blocked me.
If you tell me not to call your to call your office, don't you answer when I call? How about that one, buddy?
I mean, there is no law against me being able to confirm if someone is like telling the truth or not.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Also, Jessica, to answer your question, Stefan created this chip. And it is like custom for different vehicles, but it lets you essentially open and close your convertible.
We're not promoting. Sorry.
Oh,
Wait.
Hold on. Pork chop. Let me be very clear. This is a crap chip, in my opinion, because here's the thing with convertibles. There is a safety measure for a reason that you cannot move your convertible thing up and down when you're moving, because there's this thing called force that if you are going this way and you're trying to bring a top up and there's this crazy thing called wind and you're driving and the wind is pushing this way, has anyone ever stuck their hand out a fucking window to see what happens when you go like this? Yeah. So why would you make a chip to go against the safety measure that's going to break your freaking car? Take it from the shit insurance agent.
But also, we don't care what he does anymore.
It's just a shit product. It's a shit product that rich people are paying for so that they could break their cars and pay more money to get it fixed.
But also, he got that house because he got to live with his parents.
You mean a 49-year-old man?
I'm sorry, you're right. You're right. In my opinion.
Oh my god, I'm gonna laugh. He's gonna be like, and she said.
I mean, I don't know a lot of information.
Happy life. He's living such a happy life. He has all this money. He can do all these things, and
I'm sorry, except he's so distressed he can't eat or sleep.
Did you see his shower video? Where I almost pissed my pants laughing so hard.
What?
This man
with his video?
There was the trend of you in the shower crying, and he's in the shower, and he's like, I'm so beat up. And I was like, bitch, please.
Hey, did you guys see that one trend with my ass?
Yeah, you mean the trend that got you blocked for a good...
Oh, and not blocked, permabanned. And then they were like, they were just like, first of all, they were just like, I made 5 videos taking back the empowerment of my own body being showed on TikTok Live for everyone. You're welcome. Merry Christmas. But I made 5 videos about it. Hilarious. Wish you could see them, but TikTok was like, nope, nope. and they took them all down, and then they gave me a notification, was like, sorry, your whole account is gone, bitch.
It's all down but one. I'm still amazed that one stood up. That one was still there. 2. Okay, 2.
I have to. I was permabanned on the one, which is really weird because I was permabanned for my. Okay, I was permabanned from my whole butt, and then they reviewed my ass, and they were like, you know what, you can have your account back.
It's such a great ass. We'll give it to you.
That's this. So honestly, then now the best part about that video is it was reported, reviewed, taken down, permabanned, gave back. And now I'm pretty sure that no one else can further report it. So it's here to stay.
Yeah.
So it's here to stay. So it's here to stay.
That's why, here's the funny thing. He always flags me on harassment and bullying, right? Because it's the easiest one. It doesn't take that much to get taken down. But I always get it back because it's not harassment and bullying. But today, that one really shook me for one reason. Every time I get a video taken down, it automatically gets me a ban because it's just escalating at this point. Not only did I not get a ban while that video was down, which was shocking, but I got it back, the appeal, faster than I ever have. So we know that TikTok has people who like go after people for like negative consequences, right? We've all seen those new paperworks that came out about how like certain people can like lock an account and just make that creator's life hell. I don't know if there's someone on my side who was like, this poor woman has been spam reported so much. Like, we're just gonna backpedal her a few bits, but I don't know why that video did not get me banned. I was shooketh. I was shooketh.
Shooketh. Not just shook, shooketh.
Oh, Allie, if you missed it, look who's sending likes right hearts. Do you see it?
Greg.
Aww.
Hi, Greg. Also, another person I don't know, but I am an outsider Vegas local, and that is brownie point for me. Round 2, because Vegas Know It All came in, and I was like, "Wait, is that the Heather?" And now Greg sends likes, and I'm like, "Allie, pay attention. That's you." Woo!
Allie, they would like to know how long part of the group were you?
It was about 3.5 months, 4 months. But it was at the beginning. So before, like, when he had like less than 10,000 followers, until like I was there when we created the Discord, which is a little hard to say, having helped create that and now seeing like what it turned into. But yeah, so it was short-lived in all reality. However, it was a lot that happened in a short amount of time. So there's a lot of building at the same time as well.
Is there anything from your story that you would feel comfortable sharing more of while you have a platform here? And you can always come back. Like, you always have a platform here.
Well, I do want to answer Alpaca's comment before it disappears again.
Yeah.
So, no, there wasn't originally a community for survivors that then became bad. It was a community that was for essentially like support for plus size women and plus size people and just supporters. It's supposed to be this like safe space. That's how it was originally kind of portrayed. And then it very quickly became very predatory. And it all just kind of really turned. And now we're seeing all of that like really come to a head with this lawsuit that's going on right now. Stefan, who runs the Pearadise community, is now suing these. There's 5 of you, right? 5 women.
There was originally 5, but we never could find Sadie. So there's
Okay.
4 of us together grouped.
Okay, so suing now like 4 women, and he's suing them for supposedly defamation and slander, just for sharing their experience at his house, some of which was SA, like inappropriate touching and non-consensual touching. Others was like emotional kind of abuse, essentially. And so that's kind of all coming to a head right now. And then you're also getting other people's now sharing their stories and how it's been a whole history of this in his life.
And there's been, especially, there's that in person, but also a Discord community labeled the same and ran by the same person. The whole community as a whole. We have to talk about the Discord part of it, where that was very active in a toxic community for the last year, and to where hundreds of people online came together for the same sense of safe space and community, and so many persons involved completely smashed down, hurt, emotionally abused, and left just pulverized to coming into something that is supposed to be so safe and met a lot of people, and that toxic community being able to break apart those friendships.
Real fast, just in the chat, I want to jump to this Oh Happy's Day, which is probably just another one of the trolls I've blocked before. But I want to make it very clear that while Jinxy has her own experience and she was never pushed into Wayne, there are other people who said that they were highly pushed into Wayne themselves, or that there are other people who were from Vash's that remember having to get on a scale before going into a house are just a few other personal experiences. Everyone has their own personal experiences. It does not mean that someone is lying or wrong. It's just there are a lot of different women who over 20 years have had experiences with Stefan, and in different environments, different situations had led to different things. One of the things I'd like to point out is he absolutely loves going to the heart attack grill, where you do have to get on a scale. And there is, from other women who have been there with him, have felt that they've been pressured to be on that scale, or that there was just an expectance to weigh yourself.
Well, I would say there's more of an expectation because actually it's not a requirement to get on the scale. More of an expectation.
Are you talking about house?
No, at the heart attack grill.
So at Heart Attack Grill, if you want to do the eat for free thing, you have to go on the scale inside the restaurant. If you don't necessarily want to do the eat for free, if you just want to pay, you don't have to go up there. At his house, he does have a scale. Hi, Craig, thank you. And he doesn't it's not a requirement that you have to go on it. But it's very much look what I have. It goes up to whatever number. I think it's like 700 or something. You don't have to get a home scale that goes up to, numbers you can use. You should check it out. It's just it's very much this hey, go look, go do it. And then it kind of becomes this almost. Then the other girls are I remember being asked to hey, will you go on it so she feels comfortable to go on it. And so it just kind of we've talked about before, where he uses somebody to get somebody else. You know what I mean? Greg, you were the best. I'm just saying I love you.
And I think that's important to realize that, again, there's always he's always standing behind a woman he's using to make other women feel comfortable or kind of push them and manipulate them into creating this environment of, well, we all do this here, so if you want to be with us, you need to be on our same level type situation.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there was always a lot of pressure. And then there was also we've heard before, and was iterated in Porky's statement. You'd get on there, and I'd get on there, and he'd be like, "Oh no, you're too tiny. You're just too tiny." And it would be almost as belittling. Oh, you're not. He'd be like, "Do you want some snacks? Do you want?" And I was like,
"Little
"Okay,
booty.
feeder," but I'm not a feeder.
Little booty.
Yeah, the little booty comment. Yeah.
I have heard the little booty comment so much from different people.
Yeah.
Going back to, I think it was Pupper's comment or question, maybe not Pupper's, about if there was anything that you wanted to share from your personal experiences.
Yeah, it's kind of this where do you even start? There was just so much that happened when I was there. I feel one of the things I saw the most repetitively was, well, actually even before that, going back, I feel in the time that I was there, I definitely watched this change happen, right? From when he was just little baby TikToker to starting to grow and get more popular and gain more followers. And he went from this he always had a lot of confidence, which I don't knock anyone for having confidence. That's a good thing.
Thank you for the donation.
But he definitely went into this overly confident, where he was oh well, I'm famous, I can do what I want, I can get who I want. And watching that kind of transition mentally was part of as I started to pull back as well. because I was like, that's not really who I want to surround myself with. So with that, he would have these parties. He started throwing these parties. Like when I was there, he started throwing the parties. And, you know, it's a similar situation to what we saw with Savvy and Allie, right? Where they would be flirting before they met. They'd be flirting online. And then they came out to visit. And it just, they didn't want that. It was more of just like an online flirtatious thing. But in his head, he assumed that flirting was consent. However, it was not. And so he'd go there and he would do what we saw with everyone else. He'd go up and touch their bellies. He'd touch, like, rub their butt, touch them wherever. And me, I was at the time I was the face, like the female face that they saw a lot on the lives, I should clarify. And they would come up to me and tell me, like, hey, like, can you tell him to stop touching me? I don't want this. And so I'd have to go up to him and explain all the time, like, hey, just because you flirted online does not mean you get to touch them. So then when I saw when Savvy and Allie came out, I was like, yep, that sounds exactly like what's been going on there. And so, like, everything that's come out has just been validating of what I already experienced there and what I saw there. I specifically remember a couple that came to visit, and I guess it had been, like, arranged that it would be, like, a swap kind of thing, but that was never discussed with me. And so...
Wait, were you supposed to be part of the swap?
Correct. And so
I
swear, I kind of figured out what was going on. And when I figured out what was going on, I had all the discussions. They go upstairs to, like, get ready, and I go up to Stefan, who's in the pool, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I don't want to do this. This is not... And his response, and I let him have it for this. Like, I did not just let this slide by, but I let him have it for this. He told me, he's like, well, just spread your legs. It's not a big deal. And that was, like, my biggest, like, no. And when I say I let him have it, I let him have it for a while. Like, I did not let him forget this.
Like, that was not okay.
Yeah.
For sure.
I don't fucking understand how this man just uses and thinks that women are there.
Exactly, Monica.
For his fucking property.
Take one for the team.
Yeah.
I am so sorry that happened to you, Allie Mae.
Yeah.
That is so disgusting.
Jinxy, I would love that. Let's definitely do that.
Yeah. How about F you, Jinxy? I'm a local too.
Hey, we'll just FaceTime you and bring you along with us.
I'm just in shock.
Sorry, that was a little rude of me. Wait, I'm sorry. Let me rewind. Wait a second. That just came out, no filter. But
you were being like, we knew.
That was, I came back to me, and I just was wondering if you noticed that I got local brownie points in this live. So
You did. Twice. You recognized Heather and Greg. Props.
Allie Mae, I want to ask you something. Do you feel like, because I see a trend, right? So you were a main face for so long for the Discord. Yeah. And Porky was the same way. She was the face of the Discord for so long. Right now, I think we could say Cass and Cece are the face of the thing.
Yeah, after me, it was Tanya for
I'm sorry. And the titling process for that is the thing.
It's just crazy to me that to me, it's such a red flag. It's such a red flag. Because if he as a male had pure intentions to really build a community, to really support people, why does he feel like he has to have a woman face to bring these people in? If your intentions were true, you could work with a group of people, you could be the face, but it's just so, it just feels so dishonest knowing that he's always standing behind one woman that he constantly puts in front of those lives to bring in other people.
He's watching.
Okay, I mean, I could have told you that. Did he message
you? Don't you do that. You're not turning this into some kind of horror movie. No.
He's dumb enough to be watching this and then texted you.
He's typing it.
Who is? Wait, hold on. Please, wait. Are we saying right now Stefan is watching and telling you he's watching?
He's typing right now. This man and his tiny weave with his big balls, apparently.
Fascinating. Well, let me text back for you. No. Sir, is this a manipulation tactic?
Do you really think that this is the time, Stefan? Do you really think?
We are engaging in what we like to call the community of survivors from your fucking community. So if you'd like to take the closest big object and shove it somewhere, fucking please exit our support group.
I would also like to just make sure that you get this real fast, Stefan, from Jinxy. This is your notice that you have 5 fucking minutes to get all of her videos off of your pages. All of them.
2.
And if you don't, there are 60 people in here. And I will guarantee I will make way more videos. Way more videos calling it out.
Do it.
You tried to turn her against us before she could even get to know us.
Let me hear the roar. No, but also let's go back to
each side is where it's at, man. Sorry.
Did he stop texting?
I just responded to him, so.
What did he say? What did he say?
Did she say, yeah, what she said?
Typing.
Now we're all just sitting here like, Stefan. Buddy. Pal.
Oh, yeah, no, he's trying to say I made up this whole story. However, there are multiple people that were around and knew.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. It's my favorite. It's my favorite response. Let me tell you all a story about a mouse named Lori. Yeah, Lori is a mouse in a big brown house.
Yeah,
also, to clarify,
money flow.
He never made me do anything. That is true.
He
never made me do anything. That is true. He requested that I do, but he never made me. So I want to clarify that for everybody.
Oh yeah, especially since.
What?
Did you ever feel pressured?
Oh yeah. But I want to clarify that because he sent me in all caps. I never made you do anything. He is correct. He never made me do anything. That's correct.
Stefan, buddy, pal. But predator, in my opinion. You telling a woman to spread her legs when you made a deal to do a partner swap so you could get your wet, you don't have to force someone. That's just fucking disgusting, you vile human being. That's that. I don't give a fuck or not. There's no need to clarify. It is a disgusting thing that came out of your mouth. Kind of like when you told a woman when she said no, that if you had a 25% chance of getting laid, you were going to take it. Because you don't care at all that you make women feel uncomfortable. You don't care because you've admitted you don't care. You literally said, oh, I made a few girls uncomfortable. Whatever. For over 2 decades, you have been able to touch women without consent and think that this is okay, even though multiple people have dedicated energy and time to try and get it through your stupid little brain that it's not okay. Well, guess what? You've met the piggy bitch. You even gave me that name, and I love it. And if you thought this was bad, it only gets worse. Because more people are going to come forward, just like Allie Mae did today, just like Jinxy did, just like Pork Chop did, just like Monica did, just like the women in the bashes. You need to stop right now. And if you would like to, I really would like to know when those evading charges are coming. Bitch ass little, oh! Someone can hold my earrings. Oh, Pork Chop. Jinxy wanted to jump up real fast. Can you step down real fast?
Yep.
Thank you, lovely.
Fuck that, Jinxy. That's some bullshit. Sorry, I'm getting caught up. That's some bullshit.
No, you're good. I have to get caught up too. Jinxy, you can request in if you want still.
Thanks, Pepper. Actually, Porky should know this spot really well. This is my outdoor patio where we spend a lot of time.
I'm so sorry, Jinxy.
They're coming to take me away, haha, to the funny farm. Where life is beautiful all the time.
He's still messaging you?
Oh no, he stopped after all caps WTF. That's the last thing he sent me.
Honey, the damage is already done. It's done. You're done.
Yeah, Monica.
I can't believe it either, Monica. That
Said her. She wanted. I sent her receipts.
in my opinion, he's a weirdo.
You're not wrong.
I will say in that defense of that, I think we're all weirdos in our own way.
Listen, Radiohead said it best.
Yep.
We need to go get coffee.
I wholeheartedly fucking agree, dude. Coffee and potentially some, if you partake.
I mean,
how do you not partake?
I'm too stressed to not partake, dude. There's too much in my life going on.
Agreed.
I did. Don't worry. They're also on my phone and iPad and computer.
Can someone go to Pearadise 1 and see if those videos have been removed?
Yeah, please. Because if he's watching right now, consider this my formal, I'm fucking telling you, you better remove every single fucking video that I was in across all platforms.
And you guys don't sign contracts, right? So he has no anything protecting him to say that's his property.
Not a fucking thing.
Better delete it, Pearadise 1.
You better scrub all of your shit from your main account, from all 4 of your backup accounts, and from your fucking Instagram. And whatever social media you have out there that I might be on, I better be fucking off of it.
You better check his Instagram.
Oh, I'm still up on his Insta.
Insta counts too. And no, you can't just block her.
What was the code word you guys used for that other site that gets banned on TikTok?
Oh, the pans only is what I called it.
Yeah, okay. So I will
only
say,
friends.
Update on his pans only friends. He has deleted the content, and now it just says, "Yo, everyone on here follow Cass. I'm currently not using this account. Find the finest content on her account." And he deleted everything else. So
It's interesting because I think it was Tatiana who was an Aunt Karen saying that he's never ever owned one of those.
his ex-wife was on Aunt Karen.
In the comments, there was a Tatiana. Is that his ex-wife?
Oh, I don't know if it's the same one, but
she was definitely going for him and attacking.
Was she I mean, she's from picture they've seen. She's pretty, like she's beautiful. Is she Latina?
I don't know. It was just I just saw the name. Pork Chop says no. Okay. Monica says no. Okay.
I was like, or ex-girlfriend, whatever it was.
Do you think you would have done sexual things with him if there wasn't that pressure we were talking about earlier?
Is that directed towards me?
Like, yeah, either you could answer that. I mean,
honestly,
because
no.
he wants to make it so clear that he didn't force anything, but I want to make it clear by law, federal law, coercion technically does count as force.
I will say that doesn't apply here for me.
Okay.
Like I said, I saw a change in him from when I first met him to then when I was gone. And like, if I had met him when I left, like that time, it would have been a different story. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, totally. The face was the cat jumping and just going over one side to drop back down. This is like, there was something else I wanted to ask, but I forgot. I totally forgot what it was.
I feel like for me, if there was not that pressure there, if there was not that like unspoken standard, or not standard, but unspoken understanding that that's part of why I was there, it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, I will say the environment of the house has definitely changed. And like I said, I watched that change. It used to be a lot more. It became more sexualized, like more sexual energy. You know what I mean?
From the first day that I was there, I walked in and there was this like air in the house. So I really hope my mom's not watching because she loves to creep on you guys' shit. She's so invested in the drama.
I know. I've been like,
turn off.
I mean, she probably won't if she's watching. But I used to do SW. I did for a very short period of time, and because of that, it freed up a lot of things for me. One of those things was being able to go to not safe for work clubs here locally. And of course, you go to one of those clubs, there's an unspoken understanding that something might happen, but you're going to get flirted with. You're going to get approached. Like, that's right. Why you're there. There was that same air and feeling the moment I stepped into his house. It was like a fucking sex club.
Yeah. It almost is more sexualized than like the Red Rooster or Studios or any of those here.
It's those are the two. Those are the two. But well, I can't say, well, maybe I can, but in my opinion, it's worse.
Yeah.
I feel like also the reason it's worse is because at least again at those events, because like I used to go to kink clubs, I used to go to swinger parties, like, and you still have a basis of consent that exists.
Dude, arguably one of my experiences at the studios was better than any experience I had in his house. Right. I had some dude creeping on me, and I had the owner come and kick his ass out because he was trying to touch me. No touching had ever happened, but the fact that he tried was warrant enough to get him kicked out. But Stefan can't fucking do that?
Right.
Interesting.
That was one of my red flags, because I knew instantly, because I'm an SW too. I knew instantly BBW, SSBBW. I know exactly what that means when I see it.
It's a kink thing.
Yep. And like I said, I've been at all these events. I know what these events are. I know the group. And if you were to go into any of those events and act like that,
you'd get kicked out immediately.
Right. And it's just shocking. And that's why it's like, that's why people are like, how dare you shame him? 100%. If you create an unsafe environment, even unintentionally at your house and at your business, it is your responsibility to take whatever measures are needed to protect the people you're welcoming in.
And the fact that somebody was part of his friend group for fucking months, since I think she was there since January, and she had been accused multiple fucking times of not understanding or respecting boundaries, touching people inappropriately, making people uncomfortable, including myself. She had been spoken to many fucking times, and she was allowed to stay. So what does that say about him?
Right. Because that's the other thing that we don't talk a lot about the Discord, is there are people who get kicked out. There's people in the house that might, that aren't the safest. And he always finds excuses, from what I'm hearing from people, for them to come back in, give them another chance. Let me tell you this. If, in my opinion, if you are for LGBTQIA rights, if you are for people of color,
to answer your question, Porky, it's the same person that bullied you out of the show.
And you believe in these causes that I feel like he uses as a way to get clout only when it's during the special months, then you do not have a soft spot for people like, let's call it out, that stupid freaking moderator Tamara is transphobic and racist, and she is horrible towards people in my comments, and yet he gives her a moderator position and then goes meets her. You can't be for these, you can't pretend to be an ally and an advocate for these groups and then allow the people who hurt these people into those groups. You can't.
Oh, my leg is shaking under this desk. I'm so fucking pissed right now. Listen, if I had my eyebrows on, y'all would be scared.
Okay, I feel that I'm realizing I like had started doing my makeup, and then I got like real caught into this, and I was like, oh, I never did my eyebrows. I got distracted.
When Piggy asked me if we wanted to do live, I was like, do you guys want to do a makeup and like mukbang live? And then I thought about it. I was like, no, because I'm gonna be angry and I'm probably gonna cry at least once. Makeup is not a good idea. Like, no.
I knew I was gonna pop off, and I didn't want to have to like just step away from the side.
Well, it's funny because I'm going out tonight. I'm going to 5150, formerly the studios. So
I've been wanting to go back since they changed hands so bad.
Oh, it's great. The new owners, Jason and Ricky, are incredible. I love them. And it's been so much fun.
As much as I miss Joyce, I do not miss her son.
Oh, no. Well, he runs the one in San Francisco now anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. No, the new management's great. Also, it's a blacklight party tonight, so.
I'm gonna need you to give me your number after we're done here.
Yes. Monica, definitely come join us. Let's go. I'm going with I don't know if I want to call their names out. I'm going with some friends that you know. Let's say that.
Oh my. This live has definitely been very interesting and eye-opening.
Hasn't it though? Of course there are.
I will say that's the one fortunate thing for me is when his other account got banned, removed, they went all the videos to me. I was like, bye.
You got lucky on that front.
Yep. There's one video where he did like a bunch of like old photos, and I definitely commented on it, and I was like, it's weird to see yourself on your FYP when you weren't expecting that. And then that video got removed. So I was like, hey, thanks.
When he posted the one about like something about the truth coming out. We posted the one about like something about the truth coming out, and there was a clip of another TikTok he made from the Cinco de Mayo party that I was in. I was like, Bitch, excuse me? You
Hold on,
can't
did I-
post a fucking
Are
video
you in Vegas?
about telling the truth about the people who left and then include people who left.
It's like how he literally used Allie, who he's suing and essayed, and her marriage as a way to be like, hey, this is a safe, positive place. Like,
Yep.
how dumb are you?
That's weird. That's suspicious.
That's suspicious. Also,
Jinxie,
Rubia, hi. You're an OG.
Did you see the video, the vague post he made about you when he was talking about lighthouses in the distance?
About me or about Jinxie?
Jinxie.
Oh.
It was around the
Wait,
time
what?
that you were like, if you're gonna make a vague post about me or whatever. He made this post about like friends who come into your life and they'll come and go.
I remember there was one that he made about what's the one thing that you feel you've wasted the most time about. If that's
Yes,
the one you're talking.
I think that's the one too. And then he goes in this thing about like lighthouses, and he talks about how like the friends in your life are lighthouses, and they're
I'm
there
gonna be
to
honest with you. I didn't watch his whole video because the moment he started talking about friends leaving, I was like, this fucking bitch is talking about me. Okay, if you want a vague post, I can do that too. And I went and made a video that was something to the tune of, how many people does it take that leave you and that accuse you of the same shit every fucking time? How many times does that have to happen to you for you to fucking realize maybe it's not the people around you, maybe you're the fucking problem?
Yeah. I highly recommend that you listen to that video because it's nonsense. I lost it on the
I mean,
lighthouses.
90% of what he says is nonsense, so.
It's true. But there's a part where he goes, this was my favorite part. This is the part where I almost died. He goes, but you know, you'll realize that in the end you'll have true friends. And he goes to pan the camera and you think Cass and Kay and Cece and all these people are going to be sitting there. It was Mitzi. And your real friends will stay, and he can't, and it was just the cat. And I was like, wow,
maybe it's because he like subconsciously knows that that cat is going to be the only person there for him at the end of the day because it's a cat.
Yeah, it was just the funniest thing. I could not stop laughing about that just random pan. Like, I was like, we're definitely past 187 videos. I don't know if I've hit 200 yet. I really wish Stefan would let us know. He seems to be the tracker of the piggy videos.
Mitzi.
Or Mitzi.
Wow.
I don't know how many videos I'm at, but I definitely have to be close to 200 at this point. Or past 200. Someone joked that I'd finally count thinking I was at 200 and then I'd be like at 380. I feel like I wouldn't be shocked. I would not be shocked that I made that many videos.
I mean, to be honest, yeah, it's been fucking, what, 6-7 months now?
Right? See, that's the thing is like, I want to sit here and like, if you do 200 videos in 6 months and you're supposed to post 3 to 4 videos a day to like feed the algorithm, did I post more than I should have? Or did I, like, you know, like, where do I actually fall once you start to average it all out? Because, like, I don't know if you guys been following the Modern Patriot crap, Misfit Patriot, all that stuff. But people are like, he's made 100 videos in a week. And I was like, damn, and Stefan was mad that I made 187 in 6 months? Like,
right.
I was
It could have been worse. It could have been worse.
like, oh my god, Megan, me too. Me too. I don't even have, I hope Wednesday happens, but last time, like, the court didn't get pushed off until the very last minute, so I'm just kind of nervous to, like, really put all my eggs on Wednesday.
So the last time you guys were supposed to go to court, is it that he pushed it off, or was it a court issue?
So I'm not sure how this system works specifically, but I think what happened was he filed he refiled the original lawsuit. And he amended it. And so usually people would be like, take a week off and be like, we need to respond to that. Well, we were like, no, fuck it, we'll just keep going. And then something happened to where they pushed it back a week, but then our lawyer couldn't do it that week because all of his staff was like on vacation or whatever. And then the next court date was November 17th. So I think Stefan
it's just all been a shit show.
Yeah, I think Stefan meant to push it back a little, but then because of scheduling and stuff like that, it just got pushed back like a whole extra month. But I don't know how, like, I just, every now and then I get an email and it's like, hey, these documents have been filed. Like, hey, Stefan has filed these. You should read them.
You guys are not allowed to post his side of the documents, are you?
Yeah, it's all public. It's all public information. If you have the court number or the case number, which is on our documents, you can see his too.
I will be doing that at some point.
Yeah. He really hates that we posted it publicly. Like, really hates that we posted these publicly.
Oh, yeah. Dude, the moment that the fucking court documents came out, I was over at his house. I was in his pool. We were all just fucking hanging out. And he was live. And all of a sudden, there were all these comments on his live, who I'm assuming were from you guys, about like, hey, you guys should go check out these court documents. And he started fucking panicking and was like, Ivy, can you look at this? You know legal stuff. And I was like, I don't, but I can look at it with my eyeballs. And I was like, yeah, this is a lot of words and I'm not going to read this. You should show this to your lawyer. Like, that seems like the correct course of action. But my man's panicked.
He put in a response to that, he put a screenshot that I had linked to every comment on his Instagram.
Yep. Fucking yep.
Look, when Jinxy said that I was obsessed, I agreed with her. There was no denying that there have been moments that I've been an extremely petty bitch in this fight.
But here's the difference. You're aware of it. You are at least self-aware, because for as obsessed as you are and that you come off about him, he is the exact fucking same way about you.
Yeah. And see,
like I said it earlier, you really do live in his head rent-free.
And that's the thing I feel like he doesn't understand. And, like, I know he's still watching this. But I knew exactly what I was doing the whole time. If he is a narcissist who doesn't like a woman to challenge him, why would I not be the woman to challenge him?
I was thinking with your noodle.
Yeah, that's why I always say, like, I feel like I'm playing chess. Because, look, I have definitely, like I told you, I've been super critical. There are things I wish I posted. There are things I don't wish I had posted. Like, it's been a crappy situation to always be on edge and be ready. But I'll tell you this, whatever game I'm playing, he is not in this realm, because I don't get it. I don't get it.
Like, no, he lives in Stefan land, where everything goes according to his plan, and he's always right, and he's never in the wrong, and he's always the victim when something does happen to go wrong, which of course it doesn't.
Sorry, there's a moth and I panicked.
Oh, I hate moths! Oh,
me too. I panicked. I was like, I'm so sorry. I can handle spiders. I can handle so many things, but moths freak me out.
I can't do spiders. I definitely can't do spiders.
I don't like spiders, she says, with a spider tattooed somewhere on her chest. His name is George, and I love him. He's right there. I don't even remember what I was saying. He lives in Stefan land, and he doesn't live in reality, my guy.
Do you guys feel like he's obsessed with TikTok?
Yes. Oh my god, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
The last time his live got banned, and he was on that like final strike of the permanent live ban, you can never go live again, he went into a fucking funk. for days until his live was restored. And like he had everybody posting videos like, this is so wrong, content TikTok, we didn't do anything. I think my video of that is still up on my page. Didn't say anything in the video, just scary dog privileges in the background, but he went into a fucking funk and he straight up said, if I lose this, I'm never going back. I can't start again. Like, if I lose this, I have lost everything. As though he doesn't already have a house and a business and money and
a
the
relationship,
comfort of knowing that he's not going to be homeless anytime soon, and a car and friends and people are. No, it was TikTok. That was the only thing he had, and if he loses that, he has nothing.
Yep.
That's sad. That's really sad. Like,
isn't it?
Like the fact that like when I decided to challenge Stefan, I knew that this account could be lost. I don't want to lose it. I love the content I've created. I love the platform I've created. But to me, it's just an app. Like, I made one video and I lucked out and like people seem to like me and so they follow, and I don't know why, but like if it went away, I would just smoke and play video games. Like
okay, so
like,
fun
I'd
fact.
be over here getting high playing Animal Crossing, man. Listen,
right.
I'm still gonna live my life if I lose my platforms. Like, okay, wow, oh no, I can't post on social media anymore. Whatever, shall I? Like, come on, no.
I think you're spot on, Jess. I think he always a loner, and now with this TikTok clout, he's living out his dream of being fame. Yep.
So fun fact, I have a second TikTok account. This is the one that I originally made like just for watching, and then like the only videos essentially, apart from the last few, which were like a girls' night, were like ones that were recorded at Stefan's house, right? But I have an additional TikTok account that I made shortly after I left Stefan's. And I only record on it when I am drunk. However,
I love that for you.
800,000 followers.
Congratulations.
Fucking
And
nice.
so,
Drunk you.
what?
I said they must love drunk you.
Oh my gosh, I'm a blast when I'm drunk. I'm real boring when I'm sober, but I'm a blast when I'm drunk.
See,
I'm a happy drunk.
I smoke. Like, that's my thing. I'm not a big drinker because I just get like sick off it a lot. But oh my gosh, I dab every day, every hour. You got me playing video games. It's like every break I am dabbing. Like, there is too much dabbing happening in this house.
Well,
way too much dabbing.
Thanks, Dab Gamer. But no, I feel that. So now I'm like, how do I use that little bit of clout? I don't know what word to use. I hate that word, but like, how can I use that in this?
Porky, I love that though. Yeah. PSNLA. I can't. Words are hard. I'm dyslexic.
PSNLA. Pearadise
Sure,
Sport
yeah,
no longer anonymous. Hi, my name is Allie, and
Right.
I'm no longer anonymous, so I have left Pearadise.
Just everyone in the group. Hi, Allie.
Okay, so when Stefan did his pity party, what was it? 2 weeks ago? Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. He did that
What
like
party was this?
This was before he dropped the damning part 1 exposing the lies video.
The damning.
You mean exposing himself? Anyway.
Well, he must be really upset that the video he posted about me trying to catch me up in these weird clips that he cut and edited together didn't really work in his favor. But he posted a video prior to that where he was just like acting really sad, and I almost wanted to be like, you know those old commercials where the guy's like, for 5 cents, you can too be part of the Stefan thing. If you just donate $5 to the legal fund, you too can say, fuck you.
Somebody call Sarah McLachlan. I'm gonna steal her job.
Like how it would come across because I don't want to be too sarcastic, but I was just like, I just at some point he plays that pity part
go back
so
and stitch
hard.
that video. That is a great fucking idea. You know what you could do too is buy a short hair blue wig and just film yourself as him crying in the shower. And then have someone else come in. For just 5 cents a day, you could save this poor entitled white man and keep him the victim he thinks he is.
I mean, I feel like one of the reasons I got so obsessed with watching the Misfit Patriot thing this week was because I was just in awe. I was like, oh my God, they could be best friends. Like they
really could though. Dude, they really fucking could.
I have no idea what any of this is about.
Okay, okay.
So it's all
basically, this guy took a swing at Modern Warrior and called him a pedophile. And there's no proof of this. It was just there's no proof that he's not a pedophile.
Specifically what he said is this guy looks like a pedophile, so he probably is.
Yeah, that's what he said. So everyone
that
who
would be
loves
defamation and slander.
Thank you. What a perfect example, Stefan.
Everyone who loves Modern Warrior came to his defense, rightfully so. And then this guy, in pure Stefan fashion, has doubled, tripled, quadrupled down, and now is like, you guys are the mob, and you're trying to cancel me, and I'm trying to save people because you're going to cause them to kill themselves because you will never stop. And he's created himself this whole martyr of this cause that he started. In 3 days, so 2 days ago, he had all 3 accounts banned. All of them were taken down. So he came back as Modern Prophet, or Modern Patriot.
Oh, I didn't know he came back.
Yeah, so he came back as Modern Patriot, and then that account got taken down while he slept. So he didn't even have that account for 24 hours. Now he is the Modern Patriot 3.0, and he's had that one for at least now 2 days. But yeah,
you would think that if all 3 of your accounts get taken down, that would teach you not to make another one and that you're not wanted on this platform.
Wait. Can you say that again? If your account gets taken down, maybe you're not wanted on this platform? Is that what I heard?
If your account is taken down, maybe you're not fucking wanted on the fucking platform.
Or I got another one.
People in the back.
I got another one. If people constantly on a monthly basis are making TikToks that you might be a cult, you might be a cult in our opinion.
And you know what? For the hearing impaired, I'm going to write it down.
Who needs
For the hearing impaired, we don't want you.
It's true. But I'm telling you, every time I see Modern Patriot, I'm just like, you and Stefan are 2 birds of the same feather. I don't know if that's the right saying. I'm pretty sure I just butchered that.
Okay. Can we talk about how, like, he's like, we're not a cult. But, like, in full definition, you are a cult. The definition, a small group of people who have extreme beliefs and who are not part of any established religion. Pearadise.
Hear me out, though. A theory. What if he thinks that he is the religion? So that's why it's not a cult, because
is he the newest L. Ron Hubbard?
People are worshiping him, right? Can't be a cult. Technically, it's a religion.
Is he the newest L. Ron Hubbard?
I feel like he thinks he's the new. Dude, what was the guy that had the commune? That fed everyone the Kool-Aid, like the actual Kool-Aid guy?
Yes. Jones. Something Jones.
Jim Jones.
Jim Jones. Yeah. Well, see, L. Ron Hubbard is Scientology.
Oh, you know what? That's fair. You're right. Shit, you're right.
That's why I'm like, is he the new L. Ron Hubbard? Is this a babe?
Because that's like, women were literally on my comment saying, we would be nowhere without him. He gives, like, I was like,
Yes,
what?
you would, honey. Yes, you would. You would be so farther without him, honey.
Right?
Yeah, like, it's just crazy to me. It's so crazy to me.
Pupper, he posted them like months and months ago. There are, or at least there were quite a few. I don't know if he actually took them down or not, but there were quite a few.
For a sermon.
Well, what's funny is I've actually
Listen, he doesn't
need
need robes. He appreciates the birthday suit.
Can we talk about how many times he's running around in his little shorts on live when he's getting his hair dyed? Like, is that just an excuse to take his clothes off?
Yes.
I've had my hair dyed a lot, and I have to tell you, I've never felt the need
Frequently
to
runs around his house naked when TikTok is off, dude.
Oh, it's not on my iPad. It's on my phone. I have a photo of him in a robe that he put on, and he was doing it, and he was like, "I'm like the Hugh Hefner of big girls," and I was like, huh.
Dude, he frequently used to call her, at least I guess still does, Hugh Heifer.
Yeah, Hugh Hefner. Mm-hmm.
It's so fucking weird. He's just a weird guy. What a weird person.
Look, I love Playboy. I love the magazine Playboy. I don't know why. It was a weird obsession I had. I liked the centerfolds. I liked the comics. I just, also, as a writer, you do realize that Playboy pays the most, actually. And it is a very, very picky, choosy editorial magazine. So if you get into Playboy, that's huge credits. Oh, yeah. But, like, Playboy by itself helped women build their career that women wanted. Like, there was a lot of women who, like Pamela Anderson, who used that to build themselves. There's nothing Stefan offers that actually supports women needing to, like, empower themselves. Like, hell, the Bunny Ranch empowers women more than what called the Hippo Ranch. Like,
oh yeah. Well, okay, I mentioned this in a comment on your live the other day, and you said it was the first time you heard this. His business license for Pearadise was originally taken out for a website.
I didn't realize that he had a business license for it.
He does. He has a business license.
That was the same thing Pork Chop said too. She had no idea that he had an LLC. He's had an LLC for a year on this.
Correct. Well, it's been over.
No clue.
Because when I was still there. And it was because he was creating a website, and there's a website called like BBW Cuties or something. It's essentially a naked website. I was like, I don't know what words I can say, so we're gonna go with that. And he was trying to create his own website, and part of that was like, essentially, that's why he was calling it like the Pearadise House, and so there'd be like live cams where like you could watch things, and that like he'd have different girls like do shoots and post.
So he's trying to make the Big Brother house for like a sexy fat.
Correct.
Wow. All right. Interesting.
Correct. And so like he even had someone, I'm not gonna use names because I don't know what people's situations are, but he had somebody drawing up like images for like the top of the website, and like he was like designing this. He was spending a lot of time for a while working on this website. And he was like trying to get everyone to do it, and he was going to have everyone sign a contract, and you were going to get paid X amount after he takes out his costs. But his costs were like exorbitant. It was insane. Like people I know that
it's because everyone touches his thermostat, so his AC prices are really high.
I will never ever look at a thermostat the same. I'm sorry. There was a TV show. What was I was watching something YouTube. I was watching nothing associated. And there was a clip about dads talking about thermostats. And I sent it to Savvy and I said, just watch this. In the first minute, you will know why. It has forever changed my brain. Forever will be cemented in my life that if anyone ever tells me, don't touch that thermostat, I will probably die of hysterics.
Listen, every time I go to my mom's house now and I change her thermostat because of course I do. She's insane and doesn't ever turn it on when it's fucking 60 degrees. So I'm like, we're not doing this. I go up to it now and I'm like, I'm sorry, but I have to do this. Like I'm asking for your consent.
Those were one of those moments I woke up the morning and I just had this live in my inbox and I just sat there and was like, I really need to like stay awake sometimes because these are gold that people are catching. Okay, I have to tell you this. There were so many times he thought I was watching his live that I wasn't, but people then would message me and be like, are you watching his live? And I would be like, no, why? And he'd be like, because he just made this big scene saying, I know you're watching, Peggy. And then he would block someone who wasn't me. I don't know who that person was. I'm sorry, random person who got blocked. But like, I would crack up. Anytime I'm just trying to play video games, I would get messages blowing me up of like, are you in his live? No. And if I was, like, I can watch his live without being in his live. Like, why would I jump in there? I only jump in there as myself when I want him to know I'm watching. Like when I told him about, like, I think it was last week I jumped in his live.
Wait, what did you do in his live last week?
I said, I find it interesting that you're using the children as props when you could just be a father off camera. and then that was one of the clips he used to say I was talking about the children.
Oh my gosh.
And I would like to reiterate the children are innocent and we do not go after the children at all. And that is not a statement about the children. That is a statement about someone who I think is using any means to deflect from the allegations. Somebody's watching me.
I always feel like somebody's watching me.
I'm tired. I'm just tired of all this shit.
He's trying to be a dad and make TikToks with them. I agree. I mean, we don't know. There's things we don't know that happens behind. Maybe that was always the plan. Maybe they were just waiting for them to get older. I would like to just, no one sees Allie Mae in that corner. I read the text messages, Allie Mae. I know. I definitely know.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna chill over here.
I was there before the babies were born when that whole thing was a thing. So.
Yep. Yeah, I've heard many stories.
Mm-hmm. I was there.
Monica was too. Yeah.
Yeah, I was at a lunch with people.
When we have that coffee date, I would love to know more.
Girl, yeah. And it'll all be in my experience.
Of course, in your opinion. Yeah, of course, absolutely.
We're all about that opinion here. We love those opinions.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I feel like if the priorities were aligned, Pearadise would have never happened. I agree.
It really
I do.
Have.
So fun fact, Rubia Bellamami has been around for a long time. She's like an OG. So she's seen progressions and turnover. Yeah.
Here's one thing I will say. In our response, if you guys haven't read our responses yet, our last response that we filed this week with Pork Chop's witness statement, we also filed another witness statement in that, which was someone who worked with Cece.
Oh, so that was new too?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't read that far on the new one.
Yeah.
That was a fucking interesting one, because I was like, I thought that was there before, and I just kind of like scrolled over it until I was like, maybe I haven't read this. Hang on.
Yeah, all of those that's all new evidence that we have.
Does that talk about them going onto the lives? And the accusations?
Yep, because Stefan has, in court, or Cece in court has said she has never accused him. She has never accused him of the R word.
Bullshit.
Interesting.
So we dropped another witness statement from someone who used to work with her, who Cece literally worked with to try and take Stefan down.
Monica, are you still in here? Monica, is it who I think it is?
I dropped it again. Yeah.
Oh, apparently, yes. Oh, interesting.
Props,
So that's
Monica.
another
Way to pull that one in.
Yeah. So that was another good one, because the thing is, in court, if you are trying to win a defamation lawsuit, you need to prove that you are honest and not lying. And by trying to erase a very public situation that occurred, I mean...
But also there's the screenshot of when he posted in the Discord about being accused.
We issued that too. That has also been entered as evidence.
What a helpful piece.
Yeah. Thanks to Stefan for leaving it up for me to grab.
Right.
I appreciate you. You've really helped me. Thank you. Even the evidence you submitted in court, those videos, those really helped us. Thank you.
I've said it before and I will say it again. In my opinion, he is his own worst enemy.
He really is. I have felt a few times at the beginning that I've wanted to make videos and just be like, buddy, honestly, you need to stop.
Literally, like it's almost hard to be against him because he fucks up so often. You're like, it's kind of like watching a toddler. You have to let him learn his own lesson, but you really just want to get in there and help him.
That's so funny you said that, because I've imagined him that way, and maybe you can shine light on this theory that I have. I feel like there was a trend that he would go off around 5 a.m. in the morning, 4 a.m., and he would start like attacking someone in comments. And I always felt it was like because the rest of the house had gone to sleep at that point and no one could distract him, to entertain him, to control him. And so he would be left to his own vices, and then he would just pop off. Like, I like, that's the only explanation I had why he would always at 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. just go on these spirals.
So I don't know that that's what goes on for sure. However, what I can say is that from my experience, the house used to always kind of settle down around 4 or 5 a.m. and everyone would be asleep, or they just wouldn't be interacting anymore, and everyone would be in their respective rooms, or they would be home.
Correct. I can second that experience.
It would not surprise me if that is exactly what happens.
Yeah, it was just very interesting. I was just like, I feel like the people around him are trying to help him. I feel like they're trying to be like...
I mean, he just doesn't fucking listen. And if he does listen, it's in one ear and out the other.
Well, Heather literally told me, when Heather and I sat down, when I made my first video, she told me that if I wanted him to listen to me, that we had to be over video chat, we could not send messages, and that I would have to take notes and then type up those notes and send it to him after the meeting, or I can never expect any changes to occur. And it was at that point that she completely lost me, because I was like, you're telling me a 48-year-old man who's running a Discord can't be bothered to just, I don't know, be mindful that there are some situations that you and BBW Peaches have agreed are issues in the Discord? Like,
I mean, to be fair, I know that she does things like that, and it is because, I don't want to say we, but I think he does have some form of ADHD or some form of potentially like autism or something. Like, something is not right, in my opinion. And I think that explains a lot of his behaviors. Like, it explains a lot of the things that he does and a lot of the ways he goes about things.
I could definitely see that. I think my thing is more, if someone's drawing an issue and you're on his team, then maybe you, Heather, knowing the issue, should then take the notes. You shouldn't put that on me or any woman coming forward with the issues, because it's not on us to fix the Discord we think is unsafe. It's on us to speak up and hope that the team in power does what needs to be done to make it safe. Is kind of like how I felt, was like, well, if you feel this way, then you have to take all this like power and the control. And it's like, it's not my job.
So in my experience,
I think I'm autistic too. It's okay. I mean, I already know that I have ADHD and I've been diagnosed with severe depression and anxiety, but like I'm pretty sure I'm somewhat autistic.
So
and that's the thing Jinxy was saying earlier. There's still not excuses.
No, it's definitely an explanation for your behaviors, and it puts a lot of things into perspective and it makes sense, but it is not an excuse. Because as someone who is neurodivergent, you can still listen. You can still make changes. To say that your disability, mental or physical, is an excuse for your behavior is almost, in my eyes, as bad as saying, well, you can't do this because you're disabled. And that's disgusting. That is disgusting mentality. I can do whatever the fuck I want to. I can be the best person I want to be despite my abilities, despite my disabilities.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Allie Mae?
Oh, I think so. In my experience,
we just need to put that up top. In my opinion, everything is opinion.
Yeah.
So in my experience and clinical history of working with people with special needs, specifically specializing with autism, because that's what I'm going to school for now, because that's what I've been working in and I loved it, and now I'm going to school to pursue a degree in specifically behavioral therapy for people with autism. So I told Stefan very early on, I said, I wouldn't be surprised if you did like some testing and you met with a psychologist if you would be diagnosed with Asperger's. And I told him that, like, from the start. I was like, it's not a bad thing. It's not a negative. There's nothing wrong with autism. I will say that right now. But being aware of it can help you implement things.
Right.
And that's why there's behavioral therapists, which is what I'm going for, so people can help with that. And
that's
like
something that has been said to him by not just me, but other people that are still part of his friend group. That exact thing. Yeah. And like Monica said earlier, he did have me take minutes for him during calls in the past. What Heather was saying, but like I'd be sitting there taking notes multiple times. And it's ridiculous, but I don't know. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he would be. I can't make a formal diagnosis. That's not my role. That's not my anything. However, I would not be surprised if he had Asperger's. However, and like you said, though, we are not ableists. Just saying that you have Asperger's is not an excuse. Just saying you have ADHD is not an excuse. Yeah.
It puts things into context because it's understandable, and it allows people to understand how to go about handling situations that work best safely for all people involved. But at the end of the day, you can't hide behind it and let it be the only reason that you refuse to fix what you're doing wrong.
Yeah, diagnosing and having a label to put on it is the first step. Once you're done with that, you can then go get the help you need to be the best possible version of yourself. I'm currently taking antidepressants and anti-anxiety meds because I need them to survive and function properly. That's not a bad thing as I punch things on my desk. It is what it is.
Right, I think that's so true. Like, I ran into an issue in September where I lost 2 people who I thought were becoming friends. And I had done everything in my power that I could to be very open and honest with them that I was, in September, at my breaking point. I could not take any more stress. I couldn't. I was completely shutting down. And I tried to be very open and honest about, like, hey, please heads up, if, I have extreme abandonment issues. I will cut people out of my life when I feel like I'm out of control, because it's the only way I feel like I could protect myself. And I tried really hard to be open and honest about that with people, because it was the first time that who I've been working on this for years, could address it, felt comfortable enough to open it. And while I don't say it's an excuse for the behavior if they were hurt by the action when I eventually did end up doing it, I was actively trying to work on it. And if they had said, hey, that really hurt me, I 100% would have said, you know what I did was wrong, and I'm truly sorry about that. I'm working on it right now. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I will do it again, because it is a trauma experience of mine, but I will do everything in my power, and I understand how that hurts you and affects you. And that in fact hurts me. And so I will do everything in my power. I feel like that's just basics. And when you go through mental health and when you start to build those things, that's when people say you can take accountability and still talk about understanding why that was a trauma experience, or why you didn't understand, say, hey, no, you can't touch people's stomachs. But if multiple people are telling you and you just refuse to listen to them, that's just you. Like, that's just you choosing not to be willing to work.
I also want to address something that Stefan uses as an excuse a lot, and I saw somebody else post, and I just want to address it, is there's a lot of people, including, like I said, including Stefan, saying, well, I'm German. I didn't grow up here. And that's not an excuse. Yes, there are cultural differences. 100%. 100% there are. However, I have many friends that are from Germany.
He lived here for almost a decade. You should know better.
He's been here
also,
over a decade.
In Germany, you can just run around grabbing people's stomach. Like,
no.
You can't.
It's even more conservative than we are in that sense. Like,
yeah.
But I hate that excuse. I have so many friends that are from Germany that would never pull any of this shit, and it's not an excuse. Like, it's not.
I have family who currently lives in Germany who I've spoken to about this, and they're like, that shit would not fucking fly here.
Yeah.
You touch my tummy, you get the claws. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Is it Breverdi? Yeah, I'm German.
Is that Sandrina? I think that might be Sandrina.
I had no idea he's been in America for so long. Yeah, and here's the thing. So I don't know if you guys saw the new article that dropped today. There was an article I posted, and one of our supporters shared it with people that knows him, and their response was, "Well, he's from Germany," and I was just like, essay is universal. Yeah, I just love that. Yes, I am a predator. Come on in.
I had to Google it because you had the video, but it didn't have the name of it, so I had to go search it.
No. I tried to pin the link so many times, and Monica was having the same issue. I think it's just maybe TikTok doesn't allow links in the messages, and then I just got so busy I completely forgot to post it.
No, I get that, but I had to look it up, and so I just found it, and I haven't read it yet. But I was I have it pulled up on my iPad.
Yep. We definitely have some issues too. There are definitely some issues we have in our group regarding the article. For example, I really, really do not like the beginning intros of. I get that they were going for shock value, and trying to build emotion, but to me, trying to say that these women are like cattle and then using the word obese in your title just felt really kind of degrading, in my opinion.
Did you reach out to them? Did they just find it? How did this happen?
We sat down with Sarah for a few hours, for an hour and a half, just talking about everything. Okay. So it's just, look, I'll tell you this. Stefan wants to say, Stefan acts like I am the mastermind puppeting everyone behind the scenes. That, I have this super control to manipulate people.
He thinks you're the ringleader of the circus.
Right. If I had this control, every article that's been published would be so much more damning, would have so much more evidence and hard facts. all I can do is when people reach out to me, tell them the story. The girls can tell them the story. We can give them the evidence. But honestly, I feel like every article we've had written out was not up to my standards of what I wanted. And geography, I could totally understand that. I totally can understand that. Sadly, right now, we're in a position where, because I've been spam reported for so long, we definitely have lost the traction that we had at the beginning, which is fine. 6 months is a long time for people to stay in a story. Like, it's been a long journey.
To your credit, though, you guys, with the traction that you guys did have for the amount of time that you had, regardless of what happens moving forward, his name is going to be damned for the rest of his life. Like, this shit's going to fucking
photo of like actually nude people in the pool.
What?
So I would like to clarify that photo. Savvy, is that okay if I clarify that photo and Pork Chop?
Oh, Savvy, do you want to jump in, or Porky, do you want to jump back in? Because I feel like I'm taking up space.
It looks like Porky's in the middle, and it looks like she has her swimsuit on. Right?
I'm just gonna say that photo probably shouldn't have been in there.
I was like, I'm looking and I was like, I don't see suits on. Okay. And to clarify, I am not judging anyone for not wearing a suit in the pool.
Oh yeah.
Because like, done. It's more just that I didn't expect that in an article.
It's more just like that photo shouldn't have been in there, and it was like a touchy subject when we saw it was in there, because we were just kind of like, really?
Where did she grab that photo from?
We provided evidence to claims that we were talking about.
I got you.
Yikes.
Yeah. And you are correct. A little bit of magic. But yeah, so it was just like, it's one of those things where like the same thing with Aunt Karen. We absolutely love that we got Aunt Karen's attention, but I wish we were hitting him way harder. Because like, just the things he does, like I feel like every person deserves to know so they can be safe. But I'll say this, if one person was able to stay away because of these allegations, even in the future, then I know me and the girls did our job. Because that's all we ever wanted to do, was protect women in the future. And I think you're right, Jinxy. He's never going to escape this. And the crazy thing is, he's never going to escape it because he sued us. He created all of this.
I truly believe if the lawsuit hadn't been a thing, this would have been like over months ago.
Yeah, 100%.
Sadly, you guys would have gone with your lives. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when he sent those cease and desist emails, Monica dropped out. Savvy dropped out. Like, everyone but me was like, I can't do that.
Yeah.
So first of all, I'll say this. He should have just sued me. It was dumb of him to go after Allie, Savvy, and Monica.
Yeah.
Because he never continued talking about him. And by suing them, he gave them primal reason to go public with their stories. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I feel like he really just kind of brought it on himself.
Yeah, and it's one of
the same way.
That is like, he can try and villainize me all he wants, but he's the one that sued me for a defamation lawsuit that everyone in this country basically knows is a SLAPP suit. Like, what I want to know was, did he research if there was an anti-SLAPP law before he filed, or did he not realize?
I don't
doesn't
know
put
if it's
forth
that
thought.
he didn't realize or he didn't research, but I am fairly certain he does not know that's even a thing.
Yeah, because I didn't know. I knew I like John Oliver. So if anyone's watched John Oliver, he has a whole series about SLAPP suits. And that's the only reason I knew this was a SLAPP suit. And I knew I think 15 states out of 50 have anti-SLAPP laws. It was pure luck that Nevada was one of those laws or one of those states.
Yeah. Well, I will say he's very impulsive. So when he has this thought, he's gonna do it. He doesn't really put a whole lot of forethought into what that's gonna mean. He's just boom, go. And I remember there was a lot of times where I was like, you should probably slow down for a second, think about it, look at what it's gonna mean, and then go forward. But he's very, very just flies by the seat of his pants sometimes. So I think he really just didn't know too that there was going to be any, ability for you guys to fight it, or that you guys would actually have the gall to fight it. I think in his head too, he just kind of thought us will scare him off and it'll be done.
Right. Well, just to respond to you, our court hearing is Wednesday. Stefan knows everything we filed. He is very well aware of our attack. It's been a 6-month battle. And so everything's been filed. We just have to go to court on Wednesday to see what the judge says, basically.
Is it bad to say I'm a little sad you guys don't have to come out? Because I was like, I got room. Come hang out.
I'm sad. I was a little sad. I really was a little sad.
I've been we can go do our own videos.
Oh, no, you're good. Well, you're good. That's why I was just telling you. Yeah, it's been a long battle. Yeah, so, and it's funny because actually our lawyer is the guy who wrote the anti-SLAPP law.
Oh, wow.
Did you know that when you got him? Is that part of why you went and got him? Or
so Savvy was in charge of the lawyer because she got served first. And so her and I got served first. She got served first. She called me and said, hey, guess what? I got served. And I said, well, if you got served, then there's definitely one coming for me. And she's like, yeah, because your name's on it. I was like, oh, okay. And so I got served next. And then I think he kept missing Allie and Monica because Monica was busy or something like that. And Allie was constantly.
They had the wrong name for Monica.
Yes,
they had her name wrong.
Wrong name. And so yeah, so Savvy was already looking for a lawyer before everyone got all their paperwork.
Yeah.
It basically was a thing of, you sued one of us, well, we're all in this even if we don't get the paperwork type situation.
Yeah.
That's just how we were going to do. And the funny thing is that he actually tried to raise an ethics issue. So that we would lose our lawyer because he was so mad that we got that lawyer.
What ethics issue did he try to pull?
Stefan wanted our lawyer but refused to pay his fee.
That's amazing. Interesting.
Savvy wants in real fast. Savvy wants in.
Oh, okay.
Let me grab it real fast.
That's incredible. I love that. That's what happened.
Hi, guys. So the reaction that you two just had was the same reaction when our lawyer told us. We were like, what? You can hear the dead silence on the phone. So Stefan wanted our lawyer first. He contacted his lawyer, our lawyer, and our lawyer charges a $1,000 consultation fee that you get back if you hire him as a lawyer. But he doesn't say that, right? And Stefan didn't want to pay the $1,000 because this guy's worth his money. And then he tried to raise a big stink about it. when it did happen.
Well, if he never even got the consultation.
So,
yeah, he never talked
right,
to
he never even talked to him. He never said a word to him.
That's bullshit. That's ridiculous.
It sucks to suck, don't it? It sucks to suck. It really does.
It's just
it's funny to me.
To me, it's karma. To me, it's all just like the universe going like, you know what? You've racked up a lot of bad karma in 2 decades. Like, it definitely will be interesting to see what the judge thinks on Wednesday. That's what I'm excited for.
There's more.
Is to see what
There's
someone
more
who
to
isn't
the. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying I was excited to see what the judge would say. I feel like the judge just I want the judge just to laugh. I just want the judge to look at the paperwork and then put it down and be like, dismissed. Like that's just it.
So Jinxy, there's some stuff to that. So Mark had told us, our lawyer's name is Mark Rendazzo, you can look him up. He was saying, so apparently Mark and Stefan's lawyer are good friends, or were like acquaintances. Like when he called me on the phone, he's like, oh, actually his lawyer works at a firm that I'm like friends with. And his lawyer asks our lawyer for defamation advice, comes to him when he doesn't know what to do. So they know that Mark's fucking crazy, right? Either way, at first I was kind of freaking out because I had talked to a lawyer and they wanted a $10,000 retaining fee. And I was like, I don't have $10,000. So I decided to go through Legal Shield, and I was in the process of getting that set up, but they weren't replying fast enough. Mark had messaged me like a week and a half maybe earlier, and was like, well, I can't see your case on the docket, so can you just send it to me somehow? And I didn't reply because I thought that I was going to have a different lawyer. And a week and a half later, I couldn't sleep that night because it was just all, and it was 4 or 5 in the morning, and I message him and I go, do you want me to send it over? I have it scanned. And he goes, yeah, fuck yeah, send it over, just like that. And I sent it over, and that was literally it. That was it. Like, there was I was like, okay, this must be destiny. This fucking must be destiny, because after a week and a half, you don't expect somebody to respond. I mean, then we had like an hour-long conversation, and we talked about all that kind of stuff. So
he really helped like soothe Abby. Like, I remember you called me the next morning and you're like, I got us a lawyer, I feel really, really good. Like, and I was like, okay, I support you. Like, I was like, great, I back you 100%. Whatever lawyer we got it. Then we found out, here's a fun fact about our lawyer. I love this fact. He's petty. He is petty too. He was in a lawsuit against I love a petty bitch. Okay, I do. Yeah. He was in a lawsuit against the studios who make Star Trek, who were trying to copyright Klingon. And Mark on the side of the people, saying Klingon is an actual language, therefore you can't copyright it. And he wrote, was it half or all of it? The whole brief, his reply in Klingon.
And the argument was that, I forget how do I say it? I just lost my train of thought. The argument was basically like so enticing, the way he replied, that the guy, against everything, against Sony saying sue him, against the company saying sue him, or Disney saying you got to sue this guy, he was like, nah. Like, that's how good his reply was. Against all better judgment, he was like, nah, just drop it, whatever.
Yeah, like, done.
That's how good he is at what he does.
That's amazing. Okay, so before he had any of the evidence, just based on your guys' like initial sending it over, telling your hour-long conversation, what was his initial response?
Should I say what his initial response was? I might. I should I say it? Could I get him in trouble?
I don't know if you should. Let's just
He
say
didn't like it. Let's just say
his big fan. If you want to know how Mark feels about Stefan, you should read the first response. The first response is so beautiful because
the full anti-SLAPP, right?
Yeah, the first response of the anti-SLAPP, the one that I put in all of the comments in his Instagram, that one talks about how like delusional Stefan is, how outdated his opinions are and his beliefs. There is so much sass in that response to him.
Very sassy.
I were reading it on a call, dying hysterically. We were
It's
just
the
like,
astronaut comment that got me. The astronaut comment.
So okay, we talked about how Stefan accuses us and is suing us because he blames us for losing his TV show, which we have now come to find out that is not the case, thanks to Jinxy. And in the response, our lawyer said, "There's no proof of that. You might as well say they screwed up your dreams to be an astronaut." And then
amazing.
The best thing was like if you look up the documents and you go to like Stefan's responses, there is a reply he sent right before this response that we have up where his lawyer put into evidence nothing against us women. He put into evidence an email that he had with our lawyer. Like just a back-to-back, like it's
because the way he responded.
Because again, our lawyer's petty, but like it really is just nitpicky at this time. It's so it feels like one side, our side, has done all of this evidence, and his side is just like, how can we nitpick this crap? Oh no, she sent someone a message on my Instagram repeatedly to different people. She's in the wrong. No, I'm not. There's no law that says I can't message people. Like,
yeah. Also, just quickly addressing Monica's comment, yes, this sweatshirt is available in their store. The link is in Katie's bio. Flirting does not equal consent. It's super cozy. It's like
they're not the
really
same.
soft.
We go up to a 5X.
Yep, it's so cozy, and they are true to size. I ordered a 2X, and it fits very comfortably. Just throwing that out there.
These are also the sticker she ordered. Just know, it's a lot slower to get.
Apologies, it's been kind of stressful.
No,
and on the back of the sweater, I forget what it says.
That's right, I forgot.
All the prices are different based off the size, but basically it says, basically it's statistics. You're okay, Allie Mae.
I was like, it has a stamp.
Like a certain amount of I can't remember. It's like 48%. Some shit. I don't want to say it wrong.
Hold on, I can tell you. I just almost got naked at the same time. Okay. Nationwide, 81% of women and 43% of men have experienced some form of sexual assault. You are not alone in this.
Yep, 100%.
My shirt definitely got caught as I was like trying to pull it to look, and I was like, "Oh, hold on, let me not get naked and get."
I saw that. I was like, "Oh shit! Oh shit!" Well, the prices depend on the size. Ellie. Oh.
I'm sorry, CNK. No one should have to experience that.
Am I back? Okay. Allie, how much was yours? Yours was a 2X.
Hold on, let me look.
Because, like, they have the fat tax because apparently more, what is it? Material costs more money. Stupid.
Yeah.
But
hold on, I have the actual store open, so let's see.
We've got a few different designs on there as well.
It comes in like It comes in 6 different
So, like,
colors.
yeah.
This is the Heather Navy. Okay, so a large is $29.30. The 2X, which I have, is $32. The 3X is also $32. The 4X is $33. The 5X is $33. So
we should round. If not, let me know and I will figure it out how to. Please note that that website was a very stressful environment. Was a very stressful time that I was trying to build. So there might be a lot of things that are missing.
Yeah.
right now, it just takes credit and debit cards.
Okay, I will.
But
I will.
if not, we can always. You can always send the money to us, and then we can place the order for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We if you do it to, we have a Positively Mental Cash App, don't we? Didn't we make one?
Yes,
Yep,
we do. Yeah.
If you send it to the Positively Mental Cash App, we can also we can just transfer it that way because we have to transfer it anyways from the store to that shop.
Yeah.
Also, if you wanted a t-shirt, you can get it in t-shirt form for $22.
Yeah.
Also, if you guys have ideas for designs, we can always use more designs.
See, we might as well. We should have put that design, the flirting, and does not equal consent, on a mask. I think that would be a cool mask.
That would be.
I'd buy that mask. Yeah. I'd 100% buy that mask. Do you guys have any masks? No.
The thermostats. No, we didn't. We all we had to do is slap it on the thing. But
yeah,
Stefan crying in the shower.
You know what? We need to make the t-shirt of the guy in the ripped sweatshirt that says for 5 cents a day.
What's the 5 cents a day?
Oh, you weren't here earlier.
Sponsor.
We were talking about the old commercials. This guy would come on to tell you about like starving kids or whatever,
yeah.
dog. And he would always be like, for 5 cents a day, you can send it, whatever. So I was like, I really wanted to make a video when he was doing his pity party, but I was like, for $5, you can help like support the legal fund and tell Stefan, fuck you to his pity party.
Also, I'm just gonna like advertise for them. They have super cute stickers. I think this is the one I ordered.
I
this
sent
one
you
says.
3. Well,
yes,
I mean, I put all 3 in here. Because I was already late when I packaged it a week ago. There's a reason why I shouldn't be in charge sometimes, y'all.
I promise you, if you order from if it wasn't Allie Mae, it would be out faster. No offense to Allie Mae, because I know Allie Mae's pretty cool about it. But if it was somebody else, we'd get it out.
I see how it is.
Yeah, fuck Allie Mae. Whatever.
You guys, I'm so close to a mental breakdown. Every day is like, do I have bones? Do I not have bones?
Wait. It's almost Sunday. 3 more days.
I never know what day it is. I like my therapist at one point during this time goes, so are you ready to get on meds? And this was only like 2 weeks ago, and I was like, I've made it this far. I'm not like, why would? And she goes, I don't think you're handling it well. And I was like, who are you to say?
Yeah. Bitch. Excuse me, bitch.
I've had my therapist for a very long time. I've had her since I was like 18. And I've lucked out that in Colorado they have where you can like telehealth, so I can see my therapist that's still in California. So it's just been really nice because she knows exactly how I am. She knows exactly the type of person I am. So like,
that's amazing.
Yeah, it's funny when I tell like my close family friends who I've known for years what happened, and they just look at me and they go, yeah, that seems like something that would happen to you. And I'm like,
right.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Never cut a fucking break.
Like,
Is that the spot, Benny?
Also, a little bit of magic.
Oh.
That's amazing.
Ooh.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Flirting is not consent at all. I love Piggy's distance. I love that.
Hey, Benny.
Savvy, is that sweatshirt from Torrid?
Magic, send that to me.
I freaking poured coffee on it and got a stain on it, so now I'm like, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I've
no.
been living in this thing for the past 2 weeks. But yes, it is from Torrid.
I almost bought that one. It's super cute.
It is.
Okay,
I love
wanted
it.
to give a quick shout out too while we were talking about the store. L3 Waxy Wonders was so effing amazing to dedicate their product to us. They sent us like 28, I think it was. There's 3 scents. So there is cherry almond, pink frosted cake, and seaside serenity. But what's really cool is they also added little quotes like, nevertheless, she persisted. And we are never asking for it. And it's not consent if you make me afraid to say no.
Ooh.
These are amazing products. They smell super good. Also, the store is, they're on our store, but the brand that sent it to us is l3waxywonders.com. And they have a lot of nerdy meets, like scenty stuff. They're an amazing store.
I'm sorry. I'm so tired. I've been tired all day. Oh.
Like, what is sleep? We've had this conversation so many times. We do need an update from Witch Talk.
Yeah, see, I saw that message, the message that I replied to last night. I want an update because I went to their account and I didn't see anything. But I want an update. And also, I want a protection spell, please. Please.
Yeah, send all the girls protection spells, definitely. Yes, Magic, you need to read the cards. Last time you read them, that's how we got the nickname Petty Tyrant. Yeah, she was reading for Stefan, and she pulled the Petty Tyrant.
Wait, was he there? Like asking her for a reading, or was? Oh, okay. And when everything is done with the lawsuit, what's your plan? You know what? You know what? You know what?
Come celebrate in Vegas.
I'm going to Disney.
Well,
I go to Disney World to be
so
there.
I just want to sleep. I just want to sleep. I'm going to cry all day, okay? Out of happiness, right?
Oh my God, if we win, there will be a celebration on TikTok. There will be videos, there will be lives. Savvy will be asleep, but I will be celebrating the shit out of that.
Okay, so here's what you gotta do. You come to Vegas and basically show like, hey, there's better things in Vegas than the Pearadise house. And also, you know, there's actually things that you can go to and not just sit in the house and go see 7 Magic Mountains and Heart Attack Girl.
Ow. I want to sleep, and then I'm planning on going to see family in January. I was supposed to go in December, but they don't always. I have a new job, and it's like there's like a process. So I'm going in January. Yes, he will have to pay us back if he loses. Plus, I'm not going to say how much. I don't know if anybody else knows already, and then some.
Is that amount? We're not going to say the amount. Is that per person or is that total?
Per person.
Hell yeah.
Well, they can see it on the Anti-SLAPP, but like
you can't see it on the Anti-SLAPP.
Yeah.
It's per person. We thought it was one. Go ahead, Kimmy.
Oh, I was like, if you wanted to say it, if not, I don't care. It's
$10,000 each. And we thought it was one big payment split to the 4 of us, and then we found out it was each. So now I'm like, Black Friday. Black Friday's coming up.
And to be fair, when he first sued us, before we even responded with the Anti-SLAPP, like we knew the Anti-SLAPP existed, but we had no idea what the law was. Like,
we didn't know we'd be getting anything.
we were reading the paperwork of our response, and that's when like we were like, oh, that's 10,000 for everyone. And it wasn't until the second response that we were like, oh,
Per person.
per person.
You went from $2,500 each to $10K each.
Yeah.
Now
We will take care of that, Jinxy. We will definitely take care of that. How have you all dealt with the rude comments, like the people who agree with him saying? It depends. If they are just here to share their own personal experience to say, hey, I know him and he's never done that to me, I take that and I leave them exist. I let them exist on my page because I think every person's experience is important to hear. But if they come on my comments or in this live to victim blame, victim shame, attack, or have no sort of actual conversation just to be here to push Stefan's crap, whatever responses, they get blocked faster than I can blink.
My thing is when I get comments like that, it's really triggering. It really because are you talking to me? Oh, because I did doubt myself in the beginning because I was so afraid. I dropped out and whatnot. And those comments are really fucking triggering. Like the people who ask, oh, why didn't you leave? You were there for 2 weeks. And being gaslit and like, oh, he would never do this. You're lying. You faked those screenshots, blah, blah, blah. I just block them. I just delete their comments and block them. That's it. And at one point they were too bad, so I turned off all my comments.
Right.
Can I say how much work it would take to fake screenshots? Like, that's too much work, man.
Right. Well, at least he finally answered what the hell he was talking about. Because he makes these claims sometimes out of nowhere. And then I'm like, where is this coming from? And that claim where he was like, they're now doing the, like, what'd they say? I can't even think of what he said we were doing. But we were altering screenshots. And I was like, I am not that tech savvy. You should have been with Savvy and I when I was trying to build the fucking website on WordPress. I was crying. At that time, I had a friend who built websites, and I was just like, I literally was sold on the idea, not literally, I should say, but I was joking. I was sold on the idea that our friend was a spy for Stefan because they were saying that they would help us with the website, and then they were gone when I needed the website. And I was like, this is how he's getting us.
So Amanda, Ivy never mentioned you by name, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Also to clarify, I've only met you at the bash, so I didn't say anything.
Yeah, people asked where you were, and all we said was that you had moved to Chicago.
Yep.
Yeah, she said that was what she said when the one time she used your name was that you'd said that you moved to Chicago, and that's why you left.
You posted a video.
Yeah.
But
Anyway.
yeah, it was just one of those things that like I'm not a tech person at all. Like I was just like, the only way I can process this is if I sit here and get super, super high all day while I try and build this. Like,
right.
But yeah, he makes these weird claims and I never know. But he finally said it was because someone sent us a screenshot that had suggested that he had sent an unsolicited picture. And his thing is that they deleted comments up above. So clearly it was altered to show a different thing. But my thing is, if that was true, then why was there no conversation, even from him, after that photo? If
For
they
real,
had deleted it's just one of those things that... No, you're good. It's just like one of those things that was like, really? That's the hill you want to die on? That one photo out of all the allegations?
Yeah.
Amanda, if you have something to say to somebody, go to their DMs. You know everybody's handles. My DMs are open. Everybody's DMs are open. So I'm sure Ivy's DMs are open. We never mentioned you by name. We talked about a situation that I did or didn't have anything to do with you. So
Also, I've only met Amanda at the bash for a little bit, and we had a nice interaction. So I personally haven't had a negative experience with her, so I definitely didn't say anything.
I haven't had a negative experience with her either.
Yeah. Jinxy.
Nice to me.
So this is my one warning to you, Amanda. I'm going to ask that you drop the conversation. If you don't drop the conversation, I will block you. Always the truth will prevail. That's honestly how I feel. That's really.
Sure will.
I think that's how our side has really handled a lot of the claims when he throws it at us. Because all we can do is support our claims with evidence, which I think if anyone scrolls through my 187 videos, there's definitely more than 187 videos at this point. They will at least come across one video that has evidence in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So everyone should go see Tick Tick Boom. Tick Tick Boom.
Sorry, that killed my fucking mood.
Right?
I'm over here like I had no bad blood towards you, and now you want to come up in the live starting shit.
Is it annoying how long the court process is? Yes.
Fuck. The most annoying part is that somebody could come in and file something and change our court date and just change everything. It's like,
not
what?
even that. Stefan has literally come to the point where he doesn't have any more things to use against us. So he's literally making up statements I've never said. And then when we asked for him to prove these statements that I've never said, he refuses to prove them because there is no proof because I never said them. And it's like we are now fighting a legal court battle over literal hearsay of something that never happened. It's that probably to me is the most frustrating thing. Because when I got that message, I was like, I didn't say those. I really didn't say those. Of course, Amanda. Thank you for understanding.
I appreciate that response. I want to say that was a very mature response, and it's appreciated.
Yep, I agree.
Thank you. Yeah, again, I really think that that's just someone else trying to deflect the situation of where the conversation was on the main point. Sorry. Yeah, that too. I honestly think what psychology calls it DARVO is a narcissistic tendency to basically try and make the people who are alleging the allegations feel crazy. And I will honestly tell you, it is infuriating at times. Like, okay, let's talk about the weekend. He wished SA on people. This man spiraled out of control in someone else's video. Not mine, not any of the women who have spoken up against him. This was just a supporter. And in 4 messages, which he says were taken out of context, but it's not because you can clearly read, he wishes SA on people. When he saw that start to blow up in his face instantly, he created a video where he's sitting in front of fire and he's like looking like a psychopath in my opinion. And he's like, when she's about to spiral, like he was trying to like make me feel like I was the one spiraling when he was literally the one seconds ago had wished SA on people and then deleted it. And I was just like, honey, I'm not the one. Like, I didn't even have to respond to the video because A, we already knew he was going to delete it, which he did because he deletes all his videos he makes regarding the situation. And B, I had the screenshots, the evidence to back up why. Good night, Geography. Thank you for hanging out with us so much.
Good night.
So I'm taking my blood sugar. I'm confused because it's like giving me. I just had something that should have made my blood sugar go up, but it's the same. It's just really confusing. And then I tested the other part, and it said it was higher all of a sudden. So I'm just do it third time. Anyway, sorry.
No, you're good.
Is it better?
Yeah, it's better. Still not as high as I want it to be, but because it's supposed to be a certain amount. I'm on new medication, so it's supposed to be at a certain amount 2 hours after I eat, and I'm supposed to be able to go 4 hours between meals, but at this point I can only go 2 hours between meals without getting like super hungry, which means my blood sugar goes really low.
I feel that.
That's rough. I will say I have been told I've been like pre-diabetic for a super long time, and like and I have a lot of friends that have diabetes, and it's like a struggle. So I'm mad props to you for like doing the work to try to like maintain it. And
thanks. I just found out too. I was pre-diabetic for like 5 years.
Yeah.
And then just found out, and which it got me approved. I just got approved for something that I want to do, not for getting skinny or anything because I love my body, but for getting healthy. I just got approved for bariatrics.
I'm doing bariatric in a couple months.
Oh, that's
really?
I
am. We're coming together to help Savvy try and lose what her goal is. So right before, like, for the surgery, I'm sure you know, like, you had to have like probably like a set goal or something.
Yeah, they need to lose weight. Oh, so she's doing hers. She's doing hers. She's paying for hers.
My insurance won't cover it. Okay,
really?
My insurance would cover it. However, I would have a $10,000 copay.
At that point, just go to Mexico and get it for $5,000.
Thank you.
Like,
you know, people used to swallow tapeworms on purpose.
Yes.
As a diet fad.
Yeah.
Yep. First red flag about Stefan you wish you really had paid attention to. The cultish behavior where he had us report people. I just think there is like also the shifting through friends thing. Yeah. For sure.
I didn't get to see that part first because I was
you were the friend.
Yeah. I was the first of many. I think mine was like, I don't know, it's so hard. I feel like there's so many that I feel like I should have seen earlier. I think it was just like the brazen, casual way he approached just any sort of like sexual topic, sexual content. Like that should have been like a, okay, that's up.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
For me, I feel like the first red flag that might have caught my attention that I walked past was a lot of women. Oh, now it's echoing.
Oh, it just got echoing.
Super echoing. Did someone take out their headset? Echo? No more echo.
No more echo. I think she just connected the headset.
Yeah, basically for me, it was all of a sudden it felt like there were a lot of women who never had a desire who all of a sudden were asking information about OnlyPans. And that to me was really weird because again, I have experience as an SW, and I think when you're in that experience, you can definitely tell when there's people who are very open to that kind of life and experience, and it's just something of who they are versus when someone's feeling pressured or maybe they feel like they need to get into it because other people are into it. That was definitely for me was the first red flag that I probably didn't pay as much attention to.
Yeah.
Hold on, my freaking headphones are fucking up.
Also, Monica, we were around when that happened. You were just like busy with life, so you weren't super around at the moment.
Is
but
that
there's
the
somebody
lady
else
out of their Discord? Out of their Discord? I have those screenshots.
Do you?
I do.
Which Discord do you have him getting kicked out of?
It was a woman's Discord, and I have about 10 different screenshots of this whole conversation where he even was trying to go onto her TikToks and attack her and was sending people. And then there was someone else that was like, what the fuck are you doing? You should have known better than to send people after them. I have all of that.
Got you. Okay. Because he's been, I think, removed from 2 different ones now.
Yeah, this one he entered in and got kicked out instantly. They were just like, nope, rejected.
Oh, okay. So that's a different one than the one Monica and I are thinking of. Yes, that's the one I'm thinking of, Monica. But yeah, no, there was another one where somebody created their own, and then that whole blew up. There's been so much drama, man.
That's why he hates other people having discords, though. In his Discord, right, was because of that situation.
Yeah, that's what like created the whole thing, was when the first person made their own Discord. Yeah, it created a whole now like insecurity about it.
And see, that's the thing. That's another red flag. And I didn't even know that was a rule. Maybe I should have, but. He apparently he is really gung-ho about not having anyone else be in other Discords or create other Discords. And if you are so afraid of other people being in other Discords, that makes no sense to me if you're trying to build a community. Because I feel like no one fits into one community. We all have different parts of us that thrive and connect differently. So to try to make a monopoly in a community just is weird. It doesn't sit right.
Oh, it's all about the power. He wants the power.
Yeah.
It's about drive. It's about power. We stay hungry. We got power. Putting the work, putting the hours.
Oh my God, I love, this is how you know Rubia is like a real OG. She knew exactly who we were talking about just by the initial.
How many groups has he gone through since the
like
Discord?
friend groups?
Yeah, like inner circles, let's call them.
Okay, so there was
5?
There was me. And Monica came later, but she was like originally part of that one. She was around before I was, technically. And then like Tanya kind of took over. Because here's the thing. We've kind of talked about this before, like touched on it. He does this thing where he puts people in the situation where there has to be an HBIC, right? And so like HBIC, head bitch in charge.
Yes. Okay.
So he basically like, not that anyone's like trying to pursue that, but he like pushes somebody into that spot all the time, right? Because then he doesn't have to do things, they do it. So there was me, and then it was Tanya, and Tanya seems to kind of float in and out. They seem to have their issues, but I don't know. I can't speak for her. And Bree's gone now.
Why did Bree leave?
I don't think I can go into that in live. Talk to me later.
Okay. Okay.
No. I don't want to share other people's.
Yeah, it's okay.
But so then there's them, and then after that would have been Monica. Well, actually, Monica would have been after you guys technically. But I feel like there was multiple other people that I just don't even know. No, it's not Dashboard. It's a different one.
From what I know, Monica left right before. Was starting to leave right when I got there, because
that's right, because Monica hung out with me, and then that's what made them go like, wah!
Yeah, and you know, I hate this. I'd say one of the red flags was how much shit that he talked about you, like you were this bad person, and you did this crazy shit, and now we know the truth, and it's like it's quite the opposite. Yeah, it's crazy. I should red flag if somebody's talking shit about somebody just for like existing. Yeah, no, red flag.
I was like, I left and I said nothing to anyone. I never reached out to anyone. The only time I ever reached out to Stefan after I left was to go get my keys, because I had an extra set of keys at his house. So I went to like go get those, right? And like I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't talk shit about anyone. I had people messaging me asking like what happened. And I just was like, I just don't hang out there anymore.
And
Like, that's
people
all
still
you know.
ask about you.
Oh, I know.
People are still asking about you. What happened to that Allie Mae girl? Still asking.
I'm like, I've been gone like a year, man. It's been a minute.
Literally.
But like, yeah, I never said anything. And I obviously had plenty of things I could have said and I chose not to. But like, he would just like message people out of the blue. People that like I had never even interacted with outside of like his lives. And I was like, what is happening right now? Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Did jump into the Discord during one of the pings. You're right. This was like a few months after I left, and he had like one of those like, bleh, and I was like, no.
Yes, Rita is still his chihuahua.
Oh,
Skin and bones.
That's another person. You know what? I will say this. I take back what I said earlier. Not every person has an open door. Not everyone has an open door. Rita has a long history of being just as problematic as Stefan, from what I've heard from a lot of people in the Bash community. And there's no open door for her. May her people, the people that she hurt, find the strength to call it out sometime. I really hope so.
CNK. Literally, I heard that and I was like, oh, the narcissist can no longer control you. They control how others see you.
Yep, 100%.
Rita
is someone who decided to make videos regarding her opinion on a matter that she was not even involved in, was not at the house at all during these women's stays.
She was out of the country.
Has admitted to bringing hundreds of women to his house and continues to go super hard for him. And she ran her own bashes, and there are a lot of allegations from that crappy experience those bashes were.
Allie, what were you saying about Rita?
They've been friends for a long time. Yeah. It's funny because before everything went down, he was like, oh, I can't wait for you to meet Rita. She's so much fun. You guys would have a great time.
Never heard anything about her until now.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. I was around in a very small group, and I was there all the time, right? So, like, I heard a lot about his family and his parents and his brother and his son and all the things. We did, like, a road trip down to Arizona to bring Bree home after her surgery. I heard a lot about a lot of people in his life, so it was funny. I meal planned for them when there were other people living in his house that were not me. To clarify, I never lived in his house. I like sat there and made meal plans for them and like couponed and did their grocery shopping.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you get paid?
No. Also, I had to help pay for the groceries.
But you weren't even using?
Oh yeah, I bought most of the groceries.
Oh, absolutely not. Ian, I'm on life.
What?
Did you kill my horse? Oh, okay. Sorry, he's playing Red Dead Redemption, and he's on my account. He won't play on his own, so I just want to make sure he doesn't kill my horse.
Divorce him before you get married.
If you kill my horse, we're getting a divorce.
I can't believe you paid for the groceries. This man lives in a huge house.
Oh yeah. Also, we would go get coffee all the time, right? Because we'd be like running out. I'd be helping him like doing packaging work stuff. Then we'd run it to UPS, and they'd be like, "I want Dutch Bros" or "I want Starbucks." We'd go, and like, never once did he buy me a cup of coffee. I always had to buy his coffee.
Oh, come on! Are you serious?
Yeah.
The cup of coffee?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I organized his pantry and bought baskets that I labeled, and apparently he still uses those.
And it's so crazy because it's like every woman takes care of him, right? Every woman cooks, cleans in that house. And it's just, It's mind-blowing. I couldn't believe when he was saying to Cass, I guess her phone was broken, and he was like, we'll start a crowdfund link for you. And she looked horrified. She was like, no. And I'm sitting here like, you can't buy your girlfriend a new phone?
Right.
Like, she's your girlfriend.
You know what?
Oh, I actually really want to make fettuccine.
I have ill feelings towards Cass because of the way that she's done. You guys know. But she definitely deserves better, and she definitely looks miserable as fuck when we see her on videos. I don't know if she doesn't look happy. So.
Yeah. I feel like she looks happier in the videos with CC than she does when the ones with Stefan.
Literally.
All of those women in that house deserve better. All of them.
Yeah.
You know, especially Kay. Kay yeah.
Just gets... I feel so bad for Kay and the shit Stefan says to her, like, or the positions he puts her in. It's like she only is there for his comedy, which is not comedy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Cherry, that's a very common thing.
Yeah.
Like a second. And
I saw that too, and I felt so bad for Cass. He looked miserable while he was in the live ignoring her while she was on the bed. Like,
yeah.
I hope she realizes she deserves better.
Hi, Proxy. Fun fact, Proxy was the original admin in addition to Stefan. She's the one that helped, like, with setting up the Discord. However, she was also one of the first ones to leave when it started going south.
I feel
so, like, and at the time I was like, what the hell? And now I'm like, props, girl, because you saw it before we did.
She saw the red flags and ran the other way.
Yes.
Green light.
Yeah. The last I've heard, he doesn't have any admins. Like, Paris left too was the last I heard.
I can't comment on that one, but
I won't. Yeah. I won't say much.
Oh yeah, no, there was this exactly Proxy. It was. That's the other thing is he's like really good at turning people against each other. And that like majorly happened with the admins and mods, and like that's when Proxy was like out. Yeah.
Yes,
100% Jinxy. We'll have an anti-Stefan convention.
I think I'll be there in February or March. But I'm traveling in January, so. Huh?
Are you coming to Vegas?
I was in Vegas in August for Allie's wedding.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I was there. But I'm planning on coming back February, March. That's when Allie can take, you know, Allie can take her vacation.
I'll be there. Okay. I have no life.
Yes.
I'll jump in.
Please.
What was your guys' last straw?
I think you know my last straw.
Her last straw was being sued. Like that.
My last straw is when we had a conversation with him on the phone and he wouldn't take accountability for the fact that what he did was.
Can we talk about that real fast? Because Stefan loves to say he apologized. Mm-hmm. Would you like to say how you felt when he apologized?
It wasn't even a fucking apology. It was like an apology. He didn't take and like really didn't. He tried to make excuses as to why he did it. Which one of those excuses is the 25% chance thing, and that he was testing the waters with Allie, who was in a monogamous relationship.
From his Discord.
Yeah, so there was just at the time she wasn't engaged, but you know,
she wasn't?
No, she didn't get engaged till a few months later, in June, I believe. But anyway, that's besides the point. When we tried to talk to him about this situation, he just made excuses for why he did it and gave some half-assed apology. And it was like, at that point, me and Allie were like, no, we're done. Like, no, I'm good.
Exactly. My last straw was a video response he made to a woman of color who had in a video to him. He had just made a video. It was just a regular video where he was center and the person said, "Why do you always have to be like center? Why do you always have to put yourself in the middle?" Which, I mean, it's not the best comment, but it's not like the fat shamers or being rude. Like, it's an honest question. And it felt like his response video was very degrading to them because he was basically like, "It's my house. Like, you should know that." And in my example, I was like, no one would know this is your house now because you've made it so much this like fake group. And that was why I decided to make the first video of being like, it's time to call him out. It's time to say this is not a safe place now. Yeah, I couldn't believe, I was so mad when I saw the video because I was just like, out of all the fat shamers on this video you could have responded to do something like supportive to the community, you decided to attack a woman of color because she called you out for being put in the center.
Oh yeah, because he's super conceited.
100%.
It's all about him all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My cat is freaking out right now in a good way. I don't know if you guys can see him.
Feelings when each of you first left the group, I was terrified. You want to know why I was terrified? Because I was afraid of being ostracized from the community. That's why I was afraid. I was so afraid that people would not want anything to do with me if I left. And if I talked about him.
Yeah.
Your cats are so fucking funny. I love her cats so much. They are so funny. Fight, fight, fight.
Fight club. Monica said she felt relief. But with mourning the loss of chips.
Shit. Hold on. My headphones again.
I was like, I'm echoing. I don't want to hear my own voice.
I'm gonna leave it on the cats.
There we go. For me, there was his roundtable discussions.
Excuse me.
Had one of those that was brutal. Monica was there. And not going into detail on it. There were people that had like never even met me that were like attacking me, and I was like, cool, don't know what's happening here. And so that's when I left. I was basically told like, they basically told me like, give it some time, think about it, how you want to approach people if you want to come back. And I was like, okay. And I got back and I was truly devastated for a couple weeks because like Monica said, I thought I had these super friendships. I thought I had this great community in this place that I just moved to. And then I realized in that time that I took, that was originally to process how I wanted to respond. That I realized I was like, wow, this was actually really toxic for me. And that I was in such like constantly so stressed and like getting so sick. And like I finally was able to like settle into this house that I moved into and like figure out my own life. And I finally was able to like decompress. And so then it was like finally this relief where I was like, thank God I'm out of there. So, and I also second what Monica just said about this part too. I realized after time that at that point I needed validation from others, and that was 100% me. I used to think like everyone needs to like me. I need to be everyone's friend. I need to put on this front where I'm like always happy, always approachable, always whatever, and that is draining. So, I mean, that was my situation. Monica and I had very different but very similar experiences. So.
Unfortunately.
Has Stefan messaged you at all again during this live?
Let's see. I don't think so. No, not since he said WTF.
Why do you say WTF? Oh, you don't even need to tell me that.
She was telling a story that was WTF, that's for fucking sure. And Stefan was upset about this story being aired out, so he messaged her ASAP.
Yeah.
What story was it? I missed it, huh?
Do you want to recap it, Allie Mae?
You don't have to. You don't have to. I'm not.
You don't have to. Oh shit! He popped in here super fast, Proxy. He was messaging her privately on her cell phone.
Yeah, he texted me. But I have iMessage popped up on my iPad, so I was able to respond at the same time.
American flag swim shorts. Those fucking things. America.
Yeah. So basically, super sum it up. There was a couple that like he had previously arranged that it would essentially be a couple swap. And then I said I didn't want to do stuff with that guy. Then I like when I like came to him, I was like, I don't want to do this. And I was like literally like crying. I was like, I don't want to do it. He was in the pool and I'm standing by the side of the pool and he just goes, he spreads his legs out and he goes, just spread your legs. Take one for the team.
Oh, and the thing she forgot to say, Savvy, is she didn't know he made this switch. She was not aware that he had made this plan to have a couple swap. But then told her, just spread your legs. I would like to recap what Stefan wrote, and that is WTF.
I don't know what
Never,
to say.
ever shall you ever tell a female when she says no to spread her legs.
Oh, yeah. Oops, fun. My favorite is then multiple people that were watching this were like, oh my God, I remember when that happened. Were you telling us about that the next day? I'm like, yep. 100%.
But Stefan, not understanding how that's already bad on its own. He had to make sure that she clarified that she wasn't forced into it. Not
correct.
Like
he said, I never made you do anything. So then I was like, to clarify, he did not make me do anything.
Like, that's the thing you want to clarify, not the fact that maybe you didn't try and tell a woman just to suck it up so you could have your fun.
Yep.
Or that you made an arrangement for your, I don't know what your relationship was at the time, to swap with someone else without talking to them.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I don't know what to say. Like, it's Stefan, if you're watching, you fucking disgust me. You can fucking rot in hell. I don't care.
Bitch. In her opinion. I'm just gonna throw that out there real fast.
In her opinion?
In my opinion.
And mine was in my experience when heard.
If you guys lose the case, what is the next step? We're definitely not, we're not going to lose, but there's always that slight chance because the justice system sucks. So what this is this is the hearing for the anti-SLAPP motion. So he has hit us with a defamation lawsuit, and what the anti-SLAPP motion does is basically act as a stop sign to be like, whoa. Before you tie this group into these extremely long defamation battle, you need to prove that this isn't an anti-SLAPP motion, that you're just trying to issue this to shut them up. If the judge decides that this is indeed an anti-SLAPP, or that we basically rules in our favor that this is indeed a SLAPP suit, and so they're going to end it in our favor, there is nothing else. If we lose that and they say, no, there's real merit behind that defamation case, then we move into the defamation case. But this is just like a protection for the smaller people who get hit with these lawsuits like defamation, to protect us from getting tied up in years of litigation. I wish we could get guilt
I love Guilt. Guilt is phenomenal.
Who is Guilt?
Guilt is
We love you.
Guilt is an account on here that I don't know exactly what they're like titled, if they're a hacker or what, but they're like they do a lot of stuff for justice. So a lot of the fake trolls that will attack people or say the most disgusting things, they'll tend to call them out and find out where they are. They actually created a bot, was the reason that modern Misfit Patriot got banned the last few days. Anonymous hacker, thank you. That's a good way of saying it.
Jinxy, I don't know if it's public.
Why do they
it's
have
on Zoom.
videos?
Is that Guilt?
Yeah.
Did they? How many followers do they have?
92.8 thousand.
Yeah, that's Guilt.
It says no videos. Big things coming soon.
They must have deleted their last videos because they did have a video up where modern Patriot and they like, yeah. Guilt is awesome. Guilt is definitely on the side of like good justice.
Okay, dig that, guys.
Yeah.
We're on different sides of TikTok. I get a lot of like cute little babies and cooking videos.
Oh my god, I wish I had babies. Like not real babies. I wish I had TikTok babies. I wish I had.
Oh no. I have friends with babies and I get my baby fix from them and then I go home and I'm like, thank God I have an IUD. All right.
I have no idea. I don't know. Oh, seen. I definitely have seen that. Another
I saw that from
disgusting
Aunt
person.
Karen. Aunt Karen posted about that, right?
Yeah. Okay. That was the whole thing. And then also, it really was bothering me because there was things that I was like, I don't know why I was watching Stefan that night, but I was, and he was making jokes about Angela and saying like they could learn from her, that, you know, the people can leave her cult and come join them. They won't make you cut yourself or they won't. I was like, and my dumb ass was, I wasn't expecting to go on his account. I think it was his video showed up on my For You page. His live was on my For You page, and I was just like, came in like mid conversation, and I was just like, why am I not recording? And by the time I started recording, it was done. Yeah, and I was just like, I was so angry that night because I was like, the one time that no one reached out with a recording, and I was like,
damn.
Fucking disgusting human being.
How tone deaf do you have to be to fucking say some shit like that?
Exactly. Exactly. But that's the thing is he doesn't understand. To him, it's all a joke. It's like, what was it he said when someone said, didn't you essay someone? And he made his own abbreviation what essay means.
Oh.
He was like, support in something. And I was just like, it's not something you can make light of. Like, these are real allegations that people have against you.
And what was that one video that he posted? Where he was doing a Google search
video. Oh my god. So there was a video he posted, and it had nothing to do with us, right? It was a completely just random video where he had Googled something. And in the Google search bar, you know, the box that drops down while you're typing, which shows your most searched things, it said, what is essay?
That's so embarrassing.
I did not. I was like, you out here making just stupid, like, whatever they're called for essay. And then, like, you literally post a video where you are showing that you had to look it up. So you know exactly what that word means.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Hey, Frost, welcome back.
Yeah, practice.
Yeah, it was just,
What was that, Savvy?
Am I crunching too loud?
No, you're good.
What about now?
Just like,
Have you guys seen? There's these like a boss and her employee that like work remotely, and they have these videos, and every single time they have like a Zoom call, he has like some sort of crunchy snack.
no.
So he's always
I haven't.
he like had this like full thing of like celery and was like just like chewing.
Oh my god, that's gold.
I saw this video the other day, and again, it goes back to Modern Patriot, because that has literally been my only TikTok, has been Modern Patriot, my For You page. And it was this guy explaining the situation to his boss, and his boss was like making this diagram having no idea what was going on, and I was just dying hysterically.
That's amazing.
Remind you of somebody?
Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Bye, Zaraya.
There's always dog hair and everything.
This live has been going on for 5 hours.
Yeah, I was like, I've been on here for a minute.
I was gonna upload this to YouTube, but I might have to do it in parts, because I don't know if anyone's gonna watch a 5-hour video. But like, honestly, we've kept around 34 to 60 people for 5 hours, and I have to tell you, you guys watching this are fucking champs. Because like, I would have probably like tuned out 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I left and then I came back 2 hours ago. I was like,
So
yeah,
just
no.
know you are so fucking appreciated. We absolutely love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining us on this wild adventure that we have turned this live into. I've had a great time. I mean, we have talked about some really shitty experiences. So I don't mean to like make light of that. But I think there's something healing about being able to talk it out and like know that other people have experience or can validate your feelings.
Well, it's like,
and I feel like there's other things you have to just laugh at because it's stupid.
Yeah. While I do assignments. How is this going for you? Are you getting any done?
I mean, like, you've had 5 hours.
No, Megan, I totally get that, because in all honesty, especially during like the full shutdown we were in last year, that was me on TikTok, and that's how I like got involved with all of this originally. So I get it completely. No judgment here.
100%.
Hi, I'm Savvy. I'm just munching.
Oh
my god, they sent me roses for munching. Thank you.
And this is how her fetish began. Oh. So should we take bets if Stefan's gonna go live tonight? Is he gonna go live as soon as I get off? Is he gonna wait 24 hours and go live? Like,
I'm just waiting for the backlash on me now, so it'll be fun.
Well, hey, you know what? You can always send me those screenshots and we can always share them to 29,000 people. I mean, Stefan, if you're watching this, you are playing a dangerous game trying to message people who are clearly now making a stance.
Proxy, I don't know how he wouldn't remember you. However, I don't think he would block you if he doesn't like realize where you're at on things. You know? Like, you were pretty instrumental for a point there. Call my
oh yeah, he'll definitely be mentioning you guys in his live, because you know that's where he talks shit all of the time, because he's a little coward. But yeah, like even last night he was talking, he was like, Someone sent me a clip, and I guess he was saying, I don't know what the question was, but he was talking about how we were talking shit and we broke Cass's trust, and he doesn't like when people break Cass's trust. And I was like, what does her trust have anything to do with your allegations?
Yeah.
Monica, the difference is that we'll talk shit on live and make videos talking shit.
True. It is very aware of how I feel about Stefan. If you are not sure where I stand in this court,
Can I just
may I
say?
suggest you check out the videos.
Can I just say? Nobody betrayed Cass's trust.
No.
Okay. Cass had nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with her. It was all about Stefan. But Cass decided to insert herself by saying, "Oh, this is an actual essay." And I never even called her out by name. Nobody called her out. She inserted herself.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Sounds like she did it to herself.
Well, and the interesting thing is, it's really funny to me because when Heather and Peaches both reached out to me, and I'll have to go back to Peaches' conversation, which I think is probably time that's aired. But Peaches and I had a whole text message conversation, and I don't know if it was her or Heather that had told me that, like, Stefan felt like you backstabbed him. He was so hurt that someone, a part of his community, his Discord, would make a video against him. And I was like, I've had maybe 6 conversations with this guy. After I found out he was racist, I stopped talking to him, and he never reached out to me to have a conversation for 5 months. So I'm pretty sure my decision to make a video is not a betrayal of any kind. And if it is, then that's kind of sus on his side that he would put that trust in me.
He's allegedly racist.
Allegedly racist.
And let me say,
but I have proof on my profile. You can go see it.
There's people on my video saying, "Oh, he seems like he's on the spectrum. Why didn't you just educate him?" We did try to, and he tried to make excuses for it.
Peaches posted a whole movie. I'll watch it. I'll watch the whole movie. I'll share a whole conversation.
This isn't new. This has been happening for years.
Decades.
It's not the fucking first time he's ever done something like this.
True. True. And it won't be the last.
Hopefully it'll be the last, but
I mean, the only hope I have is that his account does get permabanned at some point. Not that I'm saying go spam report him. I'm not. He spam reported me enough that I just hate them. I just hate the idea of spam reporting. I would never send people to spam report people. I just think it's a coward. It's a coward way.
It's stupid.
But